Okay, Assalamu alaikum and welcome back to another Project Illumine Tafsir. Today we're going to do Surah Al-Saffat, which is number 37. I'm going to keep this just really short for an intro because we have a really lengthy surah and hopefully we're going to finish today, but it might go into Tuesday as well because it's over 180 verses. But just in terms of fundraising, if you are interested, this surah is available for sponsorship. It's one of the longer surahs, so to sponsor it would be $3,500 as part of our surah sponsorship program. I think there's 33 that have been claimed, so there's a lot available still to sponsor. So if you guys are interested, you can send us an email to grace@usuli.org and we will reserve it for you. And that's it. Okay. Ready, Sheikh?
That was short.
I know. I kept it short compared to last time. I don't need any more tears.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Subhanallah al-Ali al-Azim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Muhammad. Ala alihi wa ashabihi wa tabahu bi ihsanin ila yawm al-din. اللهم اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي امري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. As Marwa said, today's surah is Al-Saffat. And we will see there are a lot of nuances, and layers that we should understand with the surah. And subhanallah, Surah Al-Saffat poses its own challenge in presentation. Although I will talk about traditional approaches and Sufi-esque approaches, as I always do, but that's not the main challenge with Surah Al-Saffat. But it is rather the what it accomplishes as a cohesive whole, and the way that it accomplishes it. And so I'm going to point out to certain dynamics that are going on in the surah at the very beginning, and then I will go back and tie these dynamics so that you get a sense of the role they play and the meaning that they convey. So, as always, methodologically, we have to situate the surah. And there are numerous reports that say that Surah Al-Saffat was revealed after Surah Al-An'am, which we have not done. And it was revealed right before Surah Luqman. And if this is so, if it is revealed right after the An'am and right before Luqman, then necessarily it would be a post-Isra surah. So it would be a surah after the Isra or Mi'raj. And it would rather situate it as a late Meccan surah. A surah that is revealed before Saba, Zumur, Ghafir, Fussilat, but a surah that is revealed after الدخان, الشعراء, النمل, القصص, and of course after Isra itself. Now, what's interesting though is that you do find reports that say that Surah Al-Saffat is mid-Meccan period, and mid-Meccan would mean that it is before the escalation in the persecution of Muslims, before the persecution got very bad and intolerable. And mid-Meccan would imply that it is before the Isra. Is there a way to reconcile between these two types of reports? The ones that situate it in the late Meccan period and those that situate it in the middle Meccan period. There isn't really a way to reconcile them. And it's not, as far as I know, from my own work, I was not able to give one greater leverage over the other on the basis of the isnad, on the basis of chains of transmission. But Allahu A'lam, Allah knows best, but my strong sense is that Al-Saffat is a post-Isra surah, and that it is indeed a late Meccan period surah. In part because substantively of what it is communicating and what it's conveying. And we'll see that the Surah Al-Saffat there's a foundational lesson, maybe not foundational in the sense of the type of ethical foundations that we find in the Hawamim that we've talked about, but foundational in a different sense, foundational perhaps in the sense of social morality, in the sense of in an organizational sense, not in the sense of individual ethics. Okay. So I'm going to flag a few things that we'll come back to in Surah Al-Saffat. The one thing that we will notice in the surah is a dynamic of what we might call taqabul. Taqabul is the juxtaposing of dualities that we will see throughout the surah. But unlike a surah like Surah Al-Rahman, where the dualities are stated explicitly, in Surah Al-Saffat you need to do some work to notice the dualities that the surah is inviting you to consider. So, for instance, we notice that Surah Al-Saffat gives us an anecdotal situation in which the same precise type of questions, أقبل بعضهم على بعض يتساءلون, where people will be asking questions, one time in hell, another time in heaven. So this is the duality that we see in ayah around 29 and ayah around 52. This dynamic of posing questions at the end of a journey, one time in heaven and one time in hell. Similarly, the rhetorical question, إِذَا مِتْنَا وَكُنَّا تُرَابًا, the rhetorical question where you ask, is it possible that after we've died and we've become just dust, that we will come back? That rhetorical question is asked in Surah Al-Saffat in verse 16 and verse 53, but with different results each time. And we'll come back to this to discuss it further. One time we talk about mab'uthun, another time we talk about madinun. We also have a rather interesting juxtaposing of the symbol of a tree that one time is in hell, Shajaratul Zaqqum, and that tree in hell is a source of great suffering, juxtaposed to Shajaratul Yaqtin, which will be a source of nourishment and life to a prophet of God. So at the outset, we must be cognizant of the fact that you have Surah Al-Saffat is inviting you to consider a deep reflection. And what are these dualities about, and why do we have them? That's a fair question. I mean, you don't find this type of analysis in traditional tafsir or in Sufi-esque tafsir, but nevertheless, it's clear in the text. We can easily find it. And it deserves reflection. Another thing that we notice about Surah Al-Saffat is the expression Ibadullah al-Mukhlisin, which means Allah's truly loyal, or Allah's truly legitimate, authentic believers, those who truly believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This ayah, Ibadullah al-Mukhlisin, is repeated 5 times in Surah Al-Saffat. Now, this expression, Ibadullah al-Mukhlisin, is repeated 8 times in the Quran, in the entire Quran. But out of those 8, 5 occur in Surah Al-Saffat. So, Surah Al-Saffat, right away, that's a hint that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is flagging to us this dynamic of Ibadullah al-Mukhlisin, that not just the believers, but those who have committed to Allah in a special and particularly sincere way. And as we will see, this is bolstered by the narratives of the prophets that occurs in Surah Al-Saffat. Since I'm flagging things at the beginning, there's other unique aspects about Surah Al-Saffat that we will come back to. in Surah Al-Saffat is the only time in the Quran where the Prophet Ilyas alayhi salam is mentioned. Ilyas is in the Bible is Elijah. And this is again noteworthy and something that I'll come back to again. Moreover, Surah Al-Saffat is the only surah where we have the expression Subhana Rabbika Rabbil Izzah Amma Yasifun. That expression, which I'll discuss, I'll come back to and discuss, occurs only in Surah Al-Saffat. It's not repeated again in the Quran elsewhere. And it, as an expression, it requires that one understands and believes in Allah, giving Allah God's full due as unlike anything. In other words, truly understanding God as singular and dissimilar to anything else. Which, of course, if you have that level of belief and relationship with Allah, then it reminds us of Ibadullah al-Mukhlisin, those who follow Allah with absolute, sincere, and authentic and pure belief. We'll come back to all of these things. But so, the thing that I want you to take right from at this point is that we have these particularities, unique aspects of Surah Al-Saffat. And when we are reading the Quran or studying the Quran and we notice a surah that has characteristics that are dissimilar to any other surah, or has ayat or expressions that don't occur anywhere else in the Quran, that is an indication to us of that must be taken into understanding the meaning of the surah and the import of the surah, the lesson of the surah. Okay. Because the surah is over 180 verses, I'm not going to go verse by verse, or I'm going to try to avoid doing that. And I'm going to just focus on the themes of the surah. So hopefully we can accomplish it in one session. Okay, so Surah Al-Saffat then begins with a rather very fascinating beginning. الصافات صفا فالزاجرات زجرا فالتاليات ذكرا إن إلهكم لواحد. والصافات صفا, if you are just going by the literal meaning of things, so it would be referring to things arranged by ranks. وَالزَّاجِرَاتِ زَجْرًا, things that drive things. وَالتَّالِيَاتِ فَالْتَالِيَاتِ ذِكْرًا, things that recite reminders. So right away you are asking, well, what are the ranks? Who's driving what? What's being driven and who's doing the driving? And how do we go from the ranks to reciting reminders or reciting dhikr? Now, reciting dhikr could be reciting reminders, could be reciting Quran. In traditional tafsir, the majority of the traditional tafsir say that, well, this refers to angels. That Allah is swearing by the angels who are in the Malakut al-A'la, in Allah, in the realm of angels, and that they stand in ranks as they await God's commands, and that those angels are engaged in, are a driving force in many affairs in our world. In traditional tafsir, as I told you before, that they often claimed that the angels are the ones that drive the clouds and cause rain to happen. That was a common old medieval belief. And that ultimately the angels are the ones that then recite the Quran, they deliver the dhikr. Other traditional interpretations, less common but still part of the tradition, they said no, this refers to scholars or to people of God that stand ready in ranks, and then they pursue the knowledge of Islam, they study Sharia, they study Aqidah, and then they become the drivers of al-amr al-ma'ruf and nahy al-munkar. They drive in society, they pursue goodness, they pursue what is good, and they resist what is not good, and that ultimately they are the protectors and the preservers of the dhikr by reciting the dhikr. Others have said that this even refers to, a closely related idea, that it could refer to scholars or it could refer to warriors. And although that Surah Al-Saffat is a Meccan surah, before there was jihad and before there was warfare, but that Allah was reminding Muslims or telling Muslims of the important role of those who are going to stand in ranks and fight in the way of God, and how important this would be for the preservation of Islam. Even less common interpretations in the traditional tafsir, some said that this refers to birds or flying animals that fly, the al-tayr. And subhanallah, that we last week we covered Surat Fussilat, which in fact refers to birds flying, and Allah is the one that holding them up, and so on. And so normally those who said that this refers to at-tayr or to birds refer to Surat Fussilat in order to support that interpretation. Now, I don't think you would be very surprised that in the Sufi-esque traditions especially, this is understood as a reference to your internal driving forces, that your inner conscience and the dynamics of your inner conscience, whether it ultimately ignites the recitation of the dhikr within you or it fails to do so. So in the nearly all the Sufi tradition, this is read as an allegorical reference to internal reminders. Now, all of these tafsir are plausible because the language is expansive enough to support any of that. The challenge, however, is the opening of the surah. Can it be related to the rest of the surah? It's one thing to say, well, Al-Saffat Saffa refers to angels, or refers to birds, or refers to scholars, or refers to warriors, or refers to the internal conscience. But it's another to be able to understand this opening of the surah as connected cohesively to the rest of the surah. So that's one thing. The other is, if we look at the language itself, وَالصَّفَّاتِ صَفًّا فَالزَّاجِرَاتِ زَجْرًا فَالتَّالِيَاتِ ذِكْرًا إِنَّ إِلَهَكُمْ لَوَاحِدٌ. Your God is one. And we understand this surah situationally. When it was revealed, and in light of the challenges that confronted Muslims at the time that they were confronted with it, and we place this in the context of the rest of the surah, it is, in my opinion, the surah is clearly referring to a dynamic process. And it's talking about as if a chronology of dynamics. You begin with a Saffat, things that are at the beginning. What is Saff al-Shay? Saff al-Shay is to organize something. The very first organizational steps. Zajr al-Shay is then to move into action. فَالتَّالِيَاتِ ذِكْرًا. You can't say is the result of the action, but you can say it would make sense if it follows the action. So, وَالصَّفَّاتِ صَفًّا is as if saying what takes place at the beginning is the organizational readiness, the premises from which you start. You either start with the right saf, you organize things correctly at the beginning, and then what follows can follow, or you fail to do so, and then you don't know if anything good can follow. فَالزَّاجِرَاتِ زَجْرًا is the element of movement after the Saffat Saffat. The element of movement, of action after the organizational stage. What actual dynamics of movement take place? Now, these dynamics of movement can include anything from education to social welfare to warfare to anything. Because literally, Zajirati Zajra is like saying, pay attention to the dynamics within society. فَالْتَالِيَاتِ ذِكْرًا is the ultimate objective from an Islamic perspective. No organization and no dynamics that do not end with anchoring of dhikr, in other words, a reaffirmation of the place of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, amounts to anything. From an Islamic perspective, even if you are wonderfully organized and have a wonderful plan of action, but it doesn't lead to tilawat al-dhikr, to the affirmation of piety, of godliness, then it's failed, then it's nothing. It's hawa. And I would argue, or I think that this understanding is in fact borne out by the rest of the surah, and the way that the entire surah is an invitation to reflect on the three dynamics, and especially the narratives about the prophets alayhim salam that occur in Surah Al-Saffat. The planning stage, the action stage, and the results. Now, of course, if you think of Muslims at that stage and where they were situated, and you think of what the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ did in preparing for the Hijrah, and that it wasn't just simply waking up one day and running off to Medina, that we know that Medina was preceded by a long process of planning, and so well planned that by the time the Prophet eventually migrates to Medina, in fact, so much of Medina had been converted or has accepted Islam, a sufficient mass of people as to actually constitute a support base for the Prophet ﷺ. It syncs wonderfully with the message of Surah Al-Saffat itself, as we will see inshaAllah. You're good. So, this succinct, eloquent, but deep beginning, وَالصَّفَّاتِ صَفًّا فَالزَّاجِرَاتِ زَجْرًا فَالتَّالِيَاتِ ذِكْرًا, where you are left wondering what these are, but at the same time, if Arabic was your language back then, you would understand that it is inviting you to think about these three different stages. And whether if you're a warrior, you're going to think about, okay, the beginning, the organization before battle, what takes place in battle, and then the results after that. If you're a scholar, you're going to think about how you prepare for scholarship, the actual pursuit of scholarship, and or accomplishing of scholarship, and then the results. If whatever your particular trade, you would understand what it is inviting you to consider. And in all cases, inna ilahakum lawahid. Your God is one. That is the center and the focus of everything, and in fact of everything that we are invited to reflect upon and ponder in Surah Al-Saffat. رب السماوات والأرض وما بينهما ورب المشارق. The Lord of everything. But that expression, that fascinating expression, Rabbul Mashariq, both traditional tafsir and Sufi-esque tafsir paused at this. And in the study Quran, it translates it as the Lord of the Easts. Why would Allah say the Lord of the East, or the Easts in plural? The Lord of everything means the Lord of the East and West. And in fact, elsewhere in the Quran, like in Surah Al-Rahman, it says, Lord of the East and West. So why here would say Rabbul Mashariq? In traditional tafsir, they tell you, well, in a year there are 360 times when the sun rises in a year. And the sun rises from the east and goes down in the west. And Allah is telling you, this is the Lord of the rising sun. Yeah, but it's not very satisfying. The mashariq, the idea, the very expression of mashriq al-shay was idiomatically an expression that meant illumination and enlightenment. And it is not an accident that in Surah Al-Saffat, Allah is pointing your attention that the God of goodness, the God, it's like the God of beauty, the God of illumination and enlightenment. And this, I think, it's not that the traditional tafsir are wrong, but it's just incomplete. Rabbul Mashariq, the God of enlightenment and illumination. Then Surah Al-Saffat, subhanallah, it moves on to something that we encountered in Surah Fussilat, which we did last week. Flagging that theme again of telling you to reflect upon the sky that surrounds you. In Surah Fussilat, it said, reflect upon the 7 heavens. And as we said, we don't know what the 7 heavens are, other than there might be a reference to 7 spaces, 7 dimensions, 7 time junctures, whatever it is. But it is to reflect on the remarkable miracle of creation and our existence in a well-organized atmosphere, whether the first atmosphere that provides us with oxygen and it sustains our life, or what we see with as our eye looks above. But as we encountered in Surah Fussilat, here when it tells you that, again, that if demons attempt to access knowledge of the world of ghaib, the knowledge of the world of malakut, the world beyond our temporal existence, that the heavens are protected against that. Meaning that the heavens deny demons that access. And in traditional tafsir, there is an undue fixation on things there is no way for us to understand or access. What does it mean for them to be chased away by a flame? Where does that happen? There's no way for us. The idea that you watch a shooting star and that's chasing a demon, that's completely unfounded. And in fact, we have a hadith, from one hadith that says that this is exactly what happens, and another hadith that says no, that's not it. When you see a shooting star, it has nothing to do with chasing a demon. So we have both hadiths that contradict each other on this point. But what we can say comfortably is that if you shoot shooting stars, it has nothing to do with demons. Where demons get chased and what it means that يرجمون من كل جانب, that they are cast with flames from every side, where does that happen? In what part of the heavens, what dimension of existence, we have no way of knowing. For one thing, they're made of fire and they're chased by fire, and what type of energy is chasing another form of energy, it's beyond our lived experience. So what is the point of that? And as in Surah Fussilat we said that the point of that is actually to say decisively that the old belief system existing before Islam, that your affairs as human beings are affected by what goes on in the heavens, that you can look at shooting stars and say, well, this tells me XYZ about my future, it is invalid. It's severing the ties between the kharq al-'ada, the magical, and the paranormal. Before Islam, the paranormal and the magical were very much part of reality. The way that people thought about reality and the way that people wrote about reality, mythology and reality intermixed naturally. Islam, it wasn't the scientific revolution. It was Islam that came with the first basis for empiricism and rational thought and said the mythological has nothing to do with your fate as human beings. And so when we read in 6 and Truly we adorn the lowest heavens with an ornament, the stars, and a guard against every defiant Satan. They listen not to the highest assembly, for they are repelled from every side, cast out, and there shall be punishment everlasting, save one whom snatches a fragment as a piercing flame pursues him. So ask them, are they more difficult? These verses must be understood as not an invitation to reflect upon the affairs of demons and how they are chased by flames, but as an affirmation that your faith has nothing to do with the supernatural and the superstitious. Okay. Then it comes to a rather, what should be an obvious point. Human beings often fall in the trap of thinking that it is an exceptional thing for Allah to create and resurrect or recreate them. And Surat Al-Saffat, as in many other parts of the Quran, it poses that question that should have an obvious answer. Have you compared the complexity of your creation to the complexity of the rest of the universe? You're nothing. The rest of the universe is far more complex than you are. So do not think that it is a very big deal for Allah to have created you and to bring you back. In the scheme of things, this is a very small deal for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is Ayah 11. You notice from 11 to 21. First, on 12, let's see how it's translated. 12, بل عجبت ويسخرون, the study Quran translates it as, indeed, but thou dost marvel while they scoff. There is a grammatical slash there is a grammatical debate about verse 12. Who is marveling? If bal ajibta, then it would be the Prophet ﷺ, in all likelihood. Bal ajibtu, with a raf, it would be Allah that marvels. Like Ibn Mas'ud said. So there are two different qira'as. And the issue, I mean, the issue is that they meet this message with scoffing, but how remarkably puzzling is scoffing at what is obvious, that this universe has a maker, has an owner, that it was created with purpose and created with meticulous organization. And you notice then till 21, it goes back to the eternal debate between believers and unbelievers, when the believers say and disbelievers say, is it possible that after we have become nothing, that we would come back, and not only that, but the earlier generations before us. And Allah's response to this, as we've seen repeatedly in the Quran, is an obvious yes, and that this is a small deal. Okay. Until we get to the point that they will die and be resurrected, and when they are resurrected, the reality that they've denied will come down hard on them, and they will, ya waylana, where they say, it's like, ya waylana is like saying, oh my God, we're in trouble now. And the response to that, well, this is the day that you've lived your life denying and doubting. Then we come to 22. احشروا الذين ظلموا وأزواجهم وما كانوا يعبدون. The importance about this, let's see how they translate. Gather those who did wrong together with their spouses and that which they used to worship. Yeah, I was worried that it's translated as spouses. ظلموا, those who were unjust, وأزواجهم. The azwaj could mean spouses, but azwaj could also mean anything that is a partner to you. So if you put adulterers with adulterers, so in other words, people who committed the same type of sins together, that's azwaj. If you put people and their main partners in crime, that's azwaj. If you put people and their main ideological influences, that's azwaj. If you put people and the demons that accompanied them in their lives together, that's azwaj. Most certainly, in 22, it does not mean spouses. Why most certainly? Because what if your spouse, as we actually see in the stories of the prophets, that Surah Suffat tells us, that sometimes the prophet's spouse, this is a prophet and the spouse is corrupt. So what if your spouse is not like you? So why would it say put them and their spouses? Everyone follow what I'm saying? So it most definitely doesn't mean spouses. But even the context, when it say ظلموا أزواجهم وما كانوا يعبدون, their partners, whoever their partners are, whether their partners are demons, whether their partners are other human beings, whether their partners are those who are like them in sin, those who are like them in outlook, those who are like them in inequity, their examples in life. وَمَا كَانُوا يَعْبُدُونَ, and what they used to worship. You notice here the 23, فَهْدُوهُمْ إِلَى صِرَاطِ الْجَحِيمِ. This is an example of where the Quran is using mockery, because normally we say, well, اهدنا الصراط المستقيم, guide us to the. So when you say guide them to the straight path of hellfire, it's flipping things on its head. Anyway, just guide them to the path of hellfire. Yeah. There is no sirat to hellfire. I mean, there are hadiths that say that you stand on a very thin line, but there is no sirat as in meaning in a straight path to hellfire. But the point is that it's sort of making fun of them, that this is inevitably where they're going to end, regardless of how much they've lived denying that fact. Okay. So then we get to the first mention of وَأَقْبَلَ بَعْضُهُمْ عَلَى بَعْضٍ يَتَسَاءَلُونَ. In 28, this first time that it's mentioned in Surah Al-Saffat that in 28 they أقبل على بعضهم يتساءلون, أقبل بعضهم على بعض يتساءلون, that they will all, once they get over the initial shock and they find one another, they recognize those who are familiar to them. The most natural thing is, after the first shock, is you come to one another and you start conversing. You start wondering about your fate. You start asking questions of one another, trying to glean what the other knows. But quickly, at this stage, because here, meeting one another and asking one another is taking place in hellfire, in Jahim, it quickly turns into blaming one another. Finding especially those that played a role in your life on earth, the influences upon you, those that were your partners in crime, in other words, in one form or another. So, قالوا إنكم كنتم تأتوننا عن اليمين. This is 28. Let's see how they translate it. Truly you used to come to us from the right. Very literal. عن اليمين means right. But what does it mean to say you used to come to us from the right? If you take it literally, as a lot of traditional tafsir do, it doesn't have any meaning. What does it mean that you came to us from the right? But if you take it idiomatically, when you say someone atani anil yamin, means that someone would approach me from the side that I found attractive, or from the angle that I found attractive. So if I know that you like cars, and I come to you and I start talking to you about cars, this is يأتيك عن اليمين. If I know that you like women, and I come to you and I talking to you about women, that's يأتيك عن اليمين. If I know that you like power and prestige, and I was your boss or your superior, granting you power and prestige, That's يأتيك عن اليمين. So idiomatically, then it makes perfect sense. كنتم تأتوننا عن اليمين, that you came to us from the angle that was soft, that we were soft towards, we found attractive. And because you came to us from the side that was tempting to us, we weakened. So in other words, your group is blaming, you're blaming the other for having, you've tempted me. And you've made things sound attractive to me. قالوا بل لم تكونوا مؤمنين. Whoever is being blamed, then response is, you were not actually, you did not want to be good. It's not us who misguided you or misled you. It was you who lacked in faith, lacked in iman. وما كان لنا عليكم من سلطان بل كنتم قوما طاغين. And this is even stronger in 30. That in reality, you were not just weak in faith, but قوما طاغين, you were unjust. A طاغي is a person who's beyond injustice, sort of a tyrant, or it's a step in injustice that is beyond injustice, like particularly bad. فَقَوْمًا طَاغِينَ, you were yourselves corrupt people. So let's see, 30 is translated as, we had no authority over you, rather you were a rebellious people. No, it's not rebellious. It was that you were corrupt people. You were bad people. قوما طاغين, you were foul people. So this, and again, in being exposed to your tradition, both traditional tafsir and Sufi-esque tafsirs will often note, and I think quite intentionally, that this particularly applies to situations where people were in the service of unjust superiors. That situations of real duress or coercion that is considered coercive under Islamic law, under Sharia. So under Sharia, for instance, you can't say I was coerced to kill another person, because it's a life against a life, then you don't have a right to prefer your life over the life of another. Leave alone prefer your life over the lives of many. In Sharia, the coercion cannot be a loss of material comfort. I mean, there are rules for what counts as coercion. And in the vast majority of situations when human beings, even when they claim to be coerced, they're actually not coerced, but they're actually corrupt, because they want to partake or want to have a share in the goodness or whatever the corrupt superior has. So they want position, they want power, they want prestige, and so on. And to confront that reality, so what is fascinating though is think about Surah Al-Saffat saying this at this point. If you are building a tyrannical society, the worst, what you want to make sure that people do not think of is the idea that a superior command is no excuse in the hereafter. Right? If you are building the foundations of a just society, you will invite people to think about whether superior commands are just. And you will tell people, be careful, because if the superior command is not just, that's not going to be an excuse. You're still going to be responsible. We often read this and just pass. We just go through it very quickly. We don't pause to ponder the fact that this is being told to Muslims who are in that stage of Saffati Saffa, that stage of preparation, being prepared. And they're being taught what? Your moral responsibility is individual and personal, and saying that a superior ordered me to do what is unjust is not going to avail you. This is not the way you build the type of societies that were being built in that day and age. As you know, I'm a student of comparative law, and I don't know of a single legal system at the time that had a doctrine of refusal to implement the orders of a superior because they're immoral. That doctrine does develop in law centuries later. I mean, it takes the birth of natural law and natural law philosophy, and then eventually we have it in the 20th century suggested philosophically, and then from philosophy it moves into law. But the existence of that dynamic in the Meccan period, if you understand comparative law, if you studied Jewish law and Roman law and Sassanid law, it blows your mind. Now notice that this is not in isolation, because also not only does the Quran repeat this many, many times, both in the Mecca period and in the Medina period, but we also have numerous narratives, like the famous narrative that were reported from about Ali ibn Abi Talib in one of the battles, where he tells his soldiers, he lights up a fire and says, jump into the fire. And when they refuse to carry out his orders, he says, that's precisely the point, because if you would have jumped into the fire, your fate would have been hellfire. In other words, you cannot obey my orders even if they're my orders, because they're unlawful. That type of paradigm is centuries ahead of its time. Okay. إن كذلك نفعل بالمجرمين إنهم كانوا إذا قيل لهم لا إله إلا الله يستكبرون يقولوا إنا لتاركوا آلهتنا لشاعر مجنون بل جاء بالحق وصدق المرسلين. Okay, so this from 34 to 39 takes us back specifically to the dynamics with the Prophet ﷺ where the excuse for, or a reference to the typical argument that we cannot leave what our fathers, what we learned by habit, by custom, by tradition, because of a message, and especially then the fact that they would accuse the Prophet ﷺ of being a poet and being insane. This is in 36. We've encountered this several times in several surahs, and so we're familiar with it. Okay, now notice in 40 we get the first reference to إِلَّا عِبَادَ اللَّهِ الْمُخْلِصِينَ. The study Quran translated as not so for God's sincere servants. It's technically accurate, but it's highly unsatisfying. Not so for God's sincere servants, yes, but إِلَّا عِبَادَ اللَّهِ الْمُخْلِصِينَ. Al-Mukhlasin, it's not just God's sincere servants. It is the most true of God's followers, the most wholeheartedly sincere and authentic of God's followers. Because it is not عباد الله المخلصين بالكسر, but عباد الله المخلصين بالفتح. And the difference is, if you say مخلصين, then it is people who are just sincere. But al-mukhlasin, it is beyond sincerity. It is those who are truly committed. And as we said, that this expression, عباد الله المخلصين, is repeated 5 times in Surah Al-Saffat, and inshallah we'll see its significance as we go along. Before actually going forward, it's a good thing we paused, because I did forget a few things. So, in a lot of the traditional tafsir, the traditional tafsir often cite 2 particular hadiths that you'll often find that they cite in the discussion at the beginning of Surah Al-Saffat. And because of how frequently this happens, I think it's important to mention these 2 hadiths. The first is the hadith, which is a rather very famous hadith, لا تزول قدم عبد يوم القيامة حتى يسأل عن أربع. That the hadith effectively says that in the hereafter, every person will be asked about 4 things. عن عمره فيما أفناه, how they spent their life. عن علمه ماذا عمل به, what they did with their knowledge. because knowledge is a gift, a blessing from Allah, and what you do with it is something that you're accountable to Allah directly about. وعن ماله من أين اكتسبه فيما أنفقه, your money, where you earned it and how you spent it. وعن جسمه فيما أبلاه, and your body and how you used it. In some versions of the same hadith, it says وعن شبابه فيما أبلاه. What you did, instead of your body, it says what you did was your youth, was your young age. It's interesting that that hadith is often cited in a lot of traditional tafsir at the beginning section of Surah Al-Saffat. And now I've tried to find out if the Prophet ﷺ, if this hadith was mentioned by the Prophet in the context of Surah Al-Saffat or as a direct commentary of Surah Al-Saffat, and I couldn't find an answer to that. So I don't know how that, why this hadith in particular. But obviously, Surah Al-Saffat deals with accountability in the hereafter and the very, very first mention of hellfire and people blaming one another in hellfire, and so it makes sense from that perspective. The other hadith, which has a more direct link with Surah Al-Saffat, says ما من داع دعا إلى شيء إلا كان موقوفا معه يوم القيامة لازما به لا يفارقه وإن دعا رجل إلى رجل ثم قرأ وقفوهم إنهم مسؤولون. The second hadith says that every person will be held accountable directly for what they advocated, what they promoted in life. And everything that you advocated or promoted or pushed for will end up being associated with you, partnered with you in the hereafter, so that you, to the extent that you're not going to be able to rid yourself of it. It will be a complete accounting of what your life actively was about. So, فَالزَّاجِرَاتِ زَجْرًا, this goes back to فَالزَّاجِرَاتِ زَجْرًا, that what you've actually called for in existence, what you stood for in existence. And especially people that you've had a direct influence on. For better or for worse. وَإِنْ دَعَ رَجُلٌ رَجُلًا, that whoever you've had a direct link and full influence upon. Now, of course, this becomes particularly alarming with people that that were associates in wrongdoing, associates in sin. The other, a couple of other things, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, at around verse 8, when Allah is talking about the demons approaching, trying to spy on the heavens and being chased away with flames and so on, what you find in a lot of Sufi-esque tafsir that something that a notation that I like is a reference to the fact that, well, I guess I alluded to it. I mean, I guess I mentioned it, that it just, that our experience is limited to the physical laws that we've encountered on this earth. That so many of the more richer tafsir point out to the fact that our imagination doesn't extend to the wealth and variety of what Allah has created beyond earth. So that to try to interpret these verses in terms of, what precisely chases demons away is a silly endeavor, but rather it's simply an illusion to what we cannot understand. I guess I mentioned that in a sense. Okay. Around verses 27 and 28, this is when, in reference to the people going in the final day and blaming one another and saying, إِنَّكُمْ كُنْتُمْ تَأْتُونَنَا عَنِ الْيَمِينَ, that you used to approach us from a yameen. And as we said, that al-yamin is whatever you find attractive and so on. One thing that I found in tafsir like al-Wahidi's tafsir, tafsir al-Wahidi, and some other tafsir, same idea, is that the mention of ta'tunana anil yamin doesn't just mean that you used to approach us from what we deemed to be attractive or what we were found to be tempting, but that you used to approach us claiming that you knew what is right. So you tricked us about al-haq, about righteousness. And Al-Wahidi says that this is in particular, we find this in particular with superior orders. That al-ru'asa, those who are in command or those who are in superior positions, will often claim to their underlings that what they're teaching them or what they're telling them to do is the straight path and is the path of religion. And that so often فَوَثَقُوا بِأَيْمَانِهِمْ, that and the followers believe in this. But if Allah knows your true intentions and Allah knows your true reality, and if you believed and your belief was negligent or reckless or motivated by improper motives, or if you should have known better, you're held responsible nevertheless. Final thing, around the same thing, around the same discourse, is a type of moral commentary that you find both in some traditional tafsir and some Sufi-esque tafsir that I thought is worth flagging and worth reflecting upon. And I'm going to read the Arabic. Unfortunately, as I copied this down 15 years ago or 10 years ago. I didn't write where I was copying it down from. And I couldn't find it last night, so I'm just going to read it. And maybe I will be able to find where it comes from later. So, it says, يشير إلى أن دأب أهل الدنيا أنهم يلقون ذنب بعضهم على بعض ويرضون لإخوانهم ما لا يرضون لأنفسهم وذلك أنهم يدفعون عن أنفسهم أما أهل الدين إنهم يضعون ذنب الإخوان على أنفسهم ويبرئون أعراض الإخوان عن تهمة الذنوب ويتهمون أنفسهم ثم ذكر حديث عيسى. And I'll explain this. Okay. So he says,
Tafsir al-Najmi.
It's in Tafsir al-Najmi? That was fast. How did you find it?
Google.
Oh, Google. Modern technology sucks. I don't know how to use Google, so of course. I wasted like a good hour looking for it last night. I didn't think of Tafsir al-Najmi. It just didn't occur to me. Okay. I hate the modern world. Okay, so that he's saying that the people who are Ahl al-Dunya, and in this context, Ahl al-Dunya means those who are attached to the ethics of this world. When you unpack it, you often find that what they mean is what we would call in our age material ethics, ethics of materialism, and that their nature, when they get into trouble, is to blame one another, and their nature is that they don't care about, or that they prefer themselves over their Muslim brothers and sisters. And they would accept for their Muslim brothers and sisters what they would not accept for themselves. But Ahlud-Din, people of religious ethics, their orientation is to make excuses for one another and to in fact defend one another. And they would rather take the blame than blame another. And they want others to be treated as they would be treated, or what they would want for themselves. And then typically what's mentioned here is a precedent that comes from the Bible about the Prophet Jesus, alayhi salam, that he saw someone steal something, and then he goes up to him and says, you stole X, Y, and Z. And the man says, I swear by Allah, God who has no partners, that I didn't steal anything. And then Jesus says in response, because you swore, I'll believe you and disbelieve my eyes. And their commentary on this is that of course, they especially when that example is used in law books, they go into a discussion about whether this property belonged to anyone or not, because you can't do that if the property belonged to someone other than yourself. So they say it must be that the man was stealing something that belonged to Jesus. Others say no, he must have been stealing fruit in a public road or something like that. Anyway, But in the more ethical discussions, the ones that don't care about law that much, they're not citing the example as a legal precedent. They're citing example as demonstrative for an ethical attitude. And the ethical attitude is that you're not keen to blame your Muslim brother or sister. And the contrast is rather interesting. Ahl-Dunya, those who are anchored in materialism and material ethics, they could be people who pray and fast and do a lot of ibadah, but if their psychology has not changed, they are constantly in the paradigm of finding fault, and especially fault with others. They find fault with everyone first before they think of finding fault within. While Ahl-Dunya, those who have made the moral shift, the ethical shift, their attitude is exactly the opposite. They would rather find fault within than find fault with the other. And now, the reason I thought it might have not been interesting at the time it was written, I don't know. But it's actually interesting in our age, especially the part that you find absent with Muslims. Wanting for others what you want for yourself. Because we know that the Prophet, this is in a paraphrasing of the hadith of the Prophet, that a true mu'min, a true Muslim, would want for others what they want for themselves. And that in theories of justice, by the way, becomes an entire philosophy of justice. There are so many theories of justice that is premised on, well, the essence of justice is that you would assume a state of ignorance and try to distribute things where you would enjoy, the rights you recognize with others are the rights you would want to enjoy yourself. And that becomes the essence for the basic theory of justice that then goes on philosophically to work out all the permutations and nuances. But so many theories of justice go back to that core. Treat others and you would want to be treated. And even in Christian ethics, it's called the Golden Rule. But in my impression is that in modern Islamic discourses, I rarely find that emphasized as a core value in Islam. That to be a true Muslim, you cannot truly submit to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala unless you get to that point where you can think empathetically and recognize rights in others and in favor of others as you would want for yourself. And your standard for fair treatment and fair justice is the type of treatment that you would, because it's much easier said than done. It's as a moral and a philosophical perspective, it requires an enormous amount of work to be within this paradigm from Ahl-Dunya to Ahl-Din. And notice, it doesn't say Ahl-Akhirah. It doesn't say the people of the hereafter. It talks about Ahl-Din, people of religiosity. A type of value that we so sorely miss in our modern Muslim world. Okay, I think that's all I forgot. So let's now move on. Where did we stop?
40. 40.
of 40. So then in Surah Al-Saffat it moves on, it mentions Ibadullah al-Mukhlasin, and we've talked about the Mukhlasin and their reward. The only a couple of things about the ayat on reward. We've already encountered in previous tafsir the way that traditional tafsir understand the rewards of heaven in a very literal sense. That when it says that you're going to sit on surah mutaqabilin, that you are actually going to be sitting on couches and mutaqabilin facing one another. When it says that you're going to be drinking from ku'us or ka'sin min ma'in, that you are actually going to be drinking from cups. And we said that in Sufi tafsir, all these rewards are understood allegorically. And we've talked about this in previous tafsir, that a ka's min ma'in is an allegory to forms of enlightenment and perception, rather than an actual drinking or an actual couch, etc., etc. The only thing that the things that are unique to Surah Al-Saffat that is worth commenting on is when it refers to يطاف عليهم بكأس من معين بيضاء لذة للشاربين لا فيها غول ولا هم عنها ينزفون. Most traditional tafsir say that here the cup refers to wine, but this wine لا فيها غول ولا هم ينزفون, meaning لا فيها غول means that it will not have any of the negative physical side effects of alcohol. So there won't be throwing up, there won't be going to the bathroom, urinating, there won't be, you won't get headaches. وَلَا يُنْزَفُونَ means that, and you're not going to get drunk. So this is in traditional tafsir. In Sufi tafsir, of course, none of that is relevant. وعندهم قاصرات الطرف عين كأنهم بيض مكنون. This is 48 and 49. Traditional tafsir interpret this as either your actual spouses in life, but your actual spouses, as from hadith we know that all women, when they go to heaven, they go to their pristine age and pristine look, etc. And qasirat al-tarf is that they don't see anyone beyond other than their spouse. So spouses find no one attractive other than their own spouse. That's actually not the majority of the traditional tafsir. The traditional tafsir say that there will be virgin women that will see no one other than the man that they're designated for. Sufi as tafsir don't read qasirat al-tarfa'in as referring to women at all, as we've encountered before in our earlier tafsir. That these are a reference to your share of enlightenment that is specifically designated to you. Qasirat al-tarfa'in means that they are not accessible to anyone but you, depending on your own psychology and your own achievements on life on earth. So the other thing that I'll flag is on 49, in the study Quran, it translates it as if they were hidden eggs. Of course, literal translation, you don't get it, you don't understand how is that important, hidden eggs. كأنهم بيض مكنون, it refers, again, it's an idiomatic expression for, in Old Arabic, in Arabic at the time the Quran was revealed, that when used by Arabs, it referred specifically to the fact that ostrich birds, protected their eggs by burying them in the sand. And كأنهم بيض مكنون, so it's saying that these are, whether spouses or women or secrets of illumination and knowledge, are untouched and uncorrupted by others, using the idiomatic expression. One of the most interesting things I've read, and I think it was in Tafsir al-Razi, and again I had noted it down but didn't note where it's from, but I'm pretty sure it was al-Razi, that the Quran used idioms that made sense to the Arabs, especially when it came to describing hell and fire. It used idiomatic expressions that made sense to Arabs at the time. And then it poses the hypothetical question, if the Quran was revealed at a different time, would it have used different idiomatic expressions? And al-Razi says yes. And al-Zamakhshari says yes as well. That a reader of the Quran, an intelligent reader of the Quran, would understand the objective, that is the intent of that, or the point of the reference, and learn from that, rather than get stuck at what this word literally means or not. Okay, then we get the second reference to فَأَقْبَلَ بَعْضُهُمْ عَلَى بَعْضٍ يَتَسَاءَلُونَ. This is 50. So now it again refers us to this process of people conversing, discoursing, and posing questions. But this time, the first time was in hellfire. The second time, it's in heaven. And what is the question that is being asked? Someone says, قَالَ قَائِلٌ مِّنْهُمْ, someone is saying, كَانَ لِي قَرِينٌ, I used to have an associate, a partner. And that associate and partner used to question whether, in fact, we will be resurrected, that after we are dust and bones, whether we will be resurrected. And then that person will say, do any of you, presumably he's asking angels, asking the angels, do you know what happened to that associate or partner? And those that the response will be, well, that associate or partner is in hellfire now. This gave theologians a pause, because you are saying, I used to have an associate or partner, but this associate or partner is someone who, from what Saffat says, seems to be a doubter, not a believer. So how is he an associate or partner to someone who's made it to heaven? Why are you in heaven thinking that this person might have ended in... You're wondering, why aren't they in heaven like you? What type of people is it talking about? Some said, well, it's referring to these people who were not clear shooans to heaven. In other words, people who lived struggling with the wrong type of influences, but managed to resist them sufficiently. But for many, this was not a satisfactory answer, because so what would be the point of telling us about asking these questions and wondering where your partners and associates were, only to find out that they're in hellfire? And not only that, but notice in 57, the person who's asking this question will say, لولا نعمة ربي لكنت من المحضرين. You know, not only did you disbelieve, but you've influenced me, and if it hadn't been for God's mercy, I would have ended up in hellfire like you. So, what type of people then is Al-Saffat talking about? Well, in part, if you imagine Al-Saffat is revealed to Muslims at a time when they are intermingled with disbelievers. And not all of the people that receive Al-Saffat will actually succeed in doing the hijrah. There will be people who stay back, who will weaken, who will not be strong enough to actually do the hijrah. And this is at a time where Muslims don't have their own separate polity. They're intermingled in Meccan society, and depending on their status, they're either completely persecuted, or some of them are still living with their families and with their spouses and with their siblings and so on. So, if you look at it from a historical point of view, it's talking to people that deal with blurry lines. But if you look at it from a philosophical point of view, there are many situations in which you exist in midst of a dynamic that is often unjust or unethical. And you are challenged to make the ethical call that is often against the grain. It is against the prevailing influences in society, or the prevailing influences in your family, or the prevailing influences in your social circle. But for that ethical call, you would have been doomed. And as we will see, this is entirely consistent with the message of Surah Al-Saffat. There are situations where it is clear that people and their bad influences are in hellfire. But there are many situations where it is not a question of succumbing to temptation. It is a question of taking a principled stand when everything around you is telling you that your principles are wrong. If you would have made the wrong call, you would have ended up in trouble. And this is why they tell them, لولا نعمة ربي لكنت من المحضرين. If it hadn't been for God's grace, and God always helps us if we help ourselves, I would have ended up where you are. It is not a matter of, an issue of chance, but it is alerting the reader or the receiver of the Quran to, from another angle, to the individual nature of accountability. And that just because you associate closely with people, your family, your tribe, your society, your social, whatever circles you have, it doesn't put you, if it doesn't make you, take you off the hook when it comes to making the wrong ethical call and the wrong moral call. وَلِمِثْلِ هَذَا فَلْيَعْمَلِ الْعَامِلُونَ. This is 61. It says, so in the study Quran say, he will say, by God, you did well nigh destroy me. You nearly did me in, right? And if it not for the blessing of my Lord, I would have been among the arraigned, or among those who punished. And for like of this, then let the laborers labor. وَلِمِثْلِ هَذَا فَلْيَعْمَلِ الْعَامِلُونَ. It's, and again, an idiomatic expression like saying, yes, this is hard work, but this is precisely the type of hard work that is rewarded. يَعْمَلِ الْعَامِلُونَ implies not an easy thing, but a tough call. Okay. There is a hadith reported, attributed to the Prophet ﷺ, or a riwayah, okay, there are two of them, but one that I have strong doubts about its authenticity. The other I'm more comfortable with. The first is from reported by Al-Bara bin Azib, and in some versions Al-Bara bin Azb. It says that كنت أمشي مع رسول الله يدي في يده, that I was walking with the Prophet ﷺ, my hand in his hand. And then فرأى جنازة, the Prophet ﷺ saw a funeral. So he hurried up فأسرع المشي حتى أتى القبر. So he followed the funeral until he came to the gravesite. And once he arrived at the gravesite, he sat on his knees and wept. And when I walked up to the Prophet ﷺ, he looked at me and said, فَلِمِثْلِ هَذَا فَلْيَعْمَلِ الْعَامِلُونَ. The nature of the narrative implies that this is someone that was close to the Prophet ﷺ, although we don't know who it was, and that this is someone who was pious. I have doubts about the authenticity of this tradition, but it's one of the narratives that is often cited in the context of Surah Al-Saffat. And it's not just wept, but wept very strongly. So, I don't know. The other is reported from Anas, and they went to visit a man who is on his deathbed. And the man in his deathbed said something to the effect that the only concern, the only worry he has is that Allah would forgive him for his sins. And the Prophet then said, فَلِمِثْلِ هَذَا فَلْيَعْمَلِ الْعَامِلُونَ. That's that same expression from the ayah. How did it translate? Yeah, as I said, for like of this, then let the laborers labor. I don't like the translation doesn't capture the strength of the phrase or the power of the phrase. Anyway, I don't want to. Okay, let's move on. So then Surah Al-Saffat moves on to tell us about something we encountered before. A tree known as Shajarat al-Zaqqum. There are long debates as to whether Arabs knew of a tree called Shajarat al-Zaqqum. It's the evidence is all conflicting and nothing reliable. But the critical thing about Shajarat al-Zaqqum is that all that grows out of this tree is horrible. It is a terrifying tree, and it is a source of punishment for wrongdoers. And as we said before, that the Meccans mocked the idea that there is a tree in hellfire because they thought, how can a tree grow in hellfire? And in Surah Al-Saffat, we get a bit more elaboration about this tree, but it is something that is simply described as تخرج في أصل الجحيم, that it is anchored in hellfire. طلعها كأنه رؤوس الشياطين. It looks like the heads of demons. And that in Surah Al-Saffat, that discourse that insists that those that are being punished are going to eat from it and fill their stomachs, and that it is going to taste horrible and be a completely horrible experience. And in fact, that it's described as إِنَّا جَعَلْنَاهَا فِتْنَةً لِلظَّالِمِينَ. A lot of commentators say that this is an allusion to the fact that Meccans mocked the idea of a tree in hellfire, so it's a fitna in the sense that those who refuse to believe in it, their disbelief will haunt them in the hereafter. Traditional tafsir, not surprisingly, read Shajarat al-Zaqqum, or understand Shajarat al-Zaqqum as quite literally an actual tree, however trees are in hellfire, that exists in Jahim, and that is terrifying, and that people are going to eat from, and is going to fill their stomachs, and is going to taste horrible, and is going to be a horrible experience. And traditional tafsir, they simply, will collect all the ahadith that might relate to Shajarat al-Zaqqum and say, and maybe the Arabs, it's similar to this or that tree that the Arabs knew that smelled foul or tasted foul, or that's the extent of what you get. In Sufi-esque tafsirs, Shajarat al-Zaqqum is understood entirely allegorically as a physical manifestation for the truth of what you plant and grow in your lifetime. So, in Sufi-esque tafsir, Shajarat al-Zaqqum is individual and personal. And that if you have purified the self and cleansed the self from demons within, you are not going to be confronted with Shajarat al-Zaqqum in the hereafter. Because the embodiment of your deeds, when visualized, will appear as beauty. But if your deeds were ugly, the embodiment of your deeds visualized will terrify you, and terrify you in an individual and personal way. So some of the material that I've read years ago was that the demons that you see in Shajarat al-Zaqqum, the tree of your deeds, are individual and specific to your sins. and you will see the truth of the ugliness of your misdeeds in the true sense. So, for instance, and the part that I remember that I was referring to, is I say that for some people, what terrifies them, what would resemble the true ugliness of their deeds, is to see the fruit of that tree as snakes. While other people, snakes are nothing. So the passage was saying that whether you see snakes or you see other things, insects, whatever it is as individual and specific, and that in fact I couldn't remember where I read this to be, and I couldn't find it yesterday, that if a person is on the path of irtiqa, a person is on the path of going through the Sufi training, that at some point in their process of an irtiqa, Allah will allow them to see the tree of their deeds before they're confronted with it in the hereafter. And then he had all these testimonials about students who have seen the tree of their deeds. So that just stayed with me, and I've took notes, but I have just from the type of notes I was taking, because I wrote on the margins غير واضح, that I was reading a manuscript, because I wouldn't have written غير واضح unless I was reading a manuscript. غير واضح means not clear, or I couldn't read it. So I was having a difficulty figuring out what the words were. Anyway, but that now keep in mind this theme of Shajarat al-Zaqqum, because we will be juxtaposed. This will be juxtaposed with another tree in Surah Al-Saffat, and especially in Sufi-esque literature, there is the symbolism of whether you have a shajarat al-yaqtin or a shajarat al-zaqqum is used very richly in Sufi literature. Do you have a shajarat al-yaqtin? A shajarat al-yaqtin is a tree that it grows all seasons and bears fruit without limit. The fruit grow all the time, and it is a very unusual tree because it repels flies. So if you want to protect yourself from flies, you sit under a shajarat yaqtin, but yet it smells wonderful. So something that smells wonderful and flies won't even come close to it, and bears fruit all year long, and that's juxtaposed to shajarat al-zaqqum. And so constantly the Sufi symbolism will ask you what grows within. Is it a shajarat yaqtin or a shajarat zaqqum? Visualize your actions and figure it out before you're confronted with it in the hereafter, type thing. moving on. '74, we have a repetition of إلا عباد الله المخلصين والمخلصين. A reminder again, underscoring that theme, which we'll come to at the end. As I said, it's repeated 5 times in Surah Al-Saffat. Before moving from the subject of consequences to the hereafter to talking about the prophets of God, alayhim salam. And the prophets that Surah Al-Saffat addresses is Nuh, Ibrahim, and when it comes to Ibrahim, Surah Al-Saffat is the only place in the Quran where the story of the sacrifice is mentioned. Ibrahim sacrificing his son is mentioned. Not even in Surah Ibrahim is the story of the sacrifice mentioned. And Moses, Musa, and of course his brother Harun, and Ilyas, as we said, the only place in the Quran that Ilyas is mentioned is in Surah Al-Saffat, and Lut, and then Yunus. And when we find the surah, the story of the sacrifice, especially the only time it's mentioned in the Quran is in Surah Al-Saffat, of course, then it makes sense to ask why. We'll get to it, inshallah. Okay. So we start with Nuh, and وَنَجَّيْنَاهُ وَأَهْلَهُ مِنَ الكَّرْبِ الْعَظِيمِ. This is 76. We saved him and his people from the great distress, according to the study Quran. وَجَعَلْنَا ذُرِّيَّتَهُ هُمُ الْبَاقِينَ. Notice that أهله could mean his people or his family or his clan or his followers. وَجَعَلْنَا ذُرِّيَّتَهُ هُمُ الْبَاقِينَ. This is 77, and we made his progeny endure. إِنَّ كَذَلِكَ نَجْزِي الْمُحْسِنِينَ. And it quick reference to the drowning of the opposites. There is a discussion in Tafsir as to the flood of Noah. Did it cover the entire world, or did it cover a region of the world? Region specifically in the Near East, wherever it is. And the majority of the traditional tafsir say the entire world. The minority view is a region of the world, that it's the Near East. I most definitely think it was a region of the world. I don't think that it was in the entire world. It's just not scientific. And even when even the traditional tafsir that tell you it was the entire world, when they describe the entire world, they describe the entire world as basically the people that inhabited what we call today the Near East. They were not aware of people in the world in South America or people in the world in what is today England, that was not within the realm of knowledge. And I wonder if they knew about these parts of the world, whether they would have still said the entire world. But because that discussion often occurs in Surah Al-Saffat, I thought I mentioned it. And it's because of the language of ثُمَّ أَغْرَقْنَا الْآخَرِينَ and so on. And then it quickly moves on to Ibrahim. And with Ibrahim, we pause for a little bit more detail because of the details that the surah itself gives us. إِنَّهُ جَاءَ رَبَّهُ بِقَلْبٍ سَلِيمٍ. That first, that thing we encountered about Ibrahim before, an innate, intuitive heart. The innate and intuitive heart rejects what his father and his people are doing. And as we said, that he came from a prestigious family, and his father Azar had planned for Ibrahim to inherit a lot of the privileges that and prestige that Azar enjoyed. Then Surah Al-Saffat tells us that he confronts he questions his people. What is it that you worship? Then فَنَظَرَ نَظْرَةً فِي النُّجُومِ. This is 88. A study Quran says, then he cast a glance at the stars. فَنَظَرَ نَظْرَةً فِي النُّجُومِ literally means he looked at the stars. But it doesn't tell you what that means. I mean, it doesn't make sense by itself. But idiomatically, again, it meant فَنَظَرَ نَظْرَةً فِي النُّجُومِ idiomatically means when you reflect upon your affairs in a deep way. That's فَنَظَرَ نَظْرَةً إِلَى النُّجُومِ. So in old Arabic, they say إِذَا تَفَكَّرَ الرَّجُلُ فِي أَمْرِهِ قَالُوا نَظَرَ فِي النُّجُومِ. So it's not that you are actually staring at the stars, but that you deeply reflected about what you're going to do. Some of the traditional tafsir say, well, he looked at the stars because his people were in the habit of reading the stars for as fortune telling, and that in order to fool his people, in order to trick his people, he looked up at the stars and told them, I can tell, the stars are telling me that I'm going to be ill. And when he told them that, they left him behind so he can be alone with their idols, because he wanted to destroy their idols. Do you follow what I'm saying? So he says, oh, I see the stars and they tell me I'm going to be sick. And they say, oh, you're going to be sick? Okay, you can stay behind. We're going to our festival, because they had a religious festival. And then they leave him behind as they go to the religious festival, and he goes to the idols and he says, before they went to the festival, they left you all this food. Why don't you eat the food that they left you? Of course, he's mocking the idols. And of course, the idols don't respond. And then he destroys the idols and he leaves the biggest idol or the most important idol standing. And when they come back and they say, who did this to our idols? He says, ask the one remaining. So in other words, it's all a trick. It's all sort of like a... But the other perspective, the idiomatic perspective, is that he thought about his affairs and he decided that... and the more he thought about it, where he says, فَقَالَ إِنِّي سَقِيمٌ, this is 89, which the study Quran translates as, and said, truly I am sick. Is not that he told his people, the stars tell me I'm getting sick, but that the more he pondered his affairs, the more he became convinced that this is, he can't go on coexisting with these people. That the stuff they're doing is wrong. They engaged in human sacrifices, among many other things. There were numerous injustices, and he knew that once he destroys his idols, it will be the end of the honeymoon period. It's going to lead to a confrontation. And that either it's going to lead to his expulsion or his death. But he decided, so be it. I can't stand for this anymore. I'm going to try to teach them a lesson. Hopefully, they will see how obvious this is, that when I tell them the biggest idol destroyed the minor idols, and they themselves know that that's impossible, maybe they see the illogic in this, and it will be the breakthrough that is needed. So Inni Saqim means, in this perspective, I'm tired of this. I can't bear this anymore. Okay. So he destroys the idol and it doesn't achieve the breakthrough that he was hoping for. It doesn't make them come to their conscience or come to their senses. Instead, they decide that they're going to put him to death. And his father, Azar, notice, his father, Azar, signs off on the death warrant. So, the father here, for entirely the wrong reasons, his prestige, his place, his whatever, says, okay, yeah, my son has gone too far, burned him to death. In some of the traditions, although again, nothing reliable, because it was from the Qussas, that the mother weeps and weeps once her father, Azar tells her that Ibrahim is going to be put to death. She cries and begs him to stop the execution, and he says, sorry, I can't do it. All the noblemen, all the nobility are demanding the execution of Ibrahim, and I'm not going to stop it. Okay. And then the famous incident that the fire doesn't burn Ibrahim. And this obviously is a miracle. Interestingly, despite the miracle, his people do not believe. And they see this as sorcery, as magic, as Ibrahim must have been in league with something supernatural. And then إني ذاهب إلى ربي سيهدين. Ibrahim leaves his home and in fact will never return to his home again, and he leaves, and where to, you get so many different reports, whether he travels to Sham, to what Baalbek actually, I mean eventually, but anyway, a part of Sham, Syria, or whether he travels to what is today Iraq, or whether he travels to Arabia. You get a lot of different reports. Now, why is this important? It's important because of the story of the sacrifice. It is well agreed upon that Ibrahim's first child is Ismail. That's the oldest child. Ishaq, Isaac, is the second child and the younger child. However, in the Quran, the child who, when the angels come to Ibrahim and give him the story, give him the news of the miracle, that although he is old and his wife is old, and they will still be able to bear a child, the Quran says that this is Ishaq, this is Isaac. Ismail was already born, and Ismail, some reports say 10, some say 15, some say 20 years older than Ishaq. We know that Ismail is in Mecca. He's going to grow up in Mecca with his mother Hajar, while Ishaq is in Sham, and he grows up not in Arabia at all with his mother Sarah. Okay, why is all of this important? Because which child is it that Ibrahim was sacrificing? The story of the sacrifice. And actually Islamic sources, also modern Islam, modern Muslims are universally raised with the belief that it's Ismail. In the classical sources, it's very divided. A lot of the classical sources say it's Ishaq. A lot of the classical sources say it's Ismail. And the truth of the matter is, there is no way to know for sure. There's just, it's all, whether it's Ismail or Ishaq. A lot of the classical sources that that say is Ismail, they connect it with things that we celebrate in Hajj. Mawqif Arafah, Rajm, the three spots of Rajm, the Shaitan. But those who disagree have their own evidence, and I don't want to spend time on it because there's no way to resolve it after all these centuries of disagreements about it. Now, but it is significant that the only time that it's mentioned in the Quran is in Surah Al-Saffat, and it is the narrative in the Quran is different in some very important respects from the narrative in the Bible. I told you several times before that the differences between the Quran and the Bible in the details are far more important than the similarities. And in the Bible, I mean, there are many differences, but the biggest difference is that in the Bible, Ibrahim has a dream, becomes convinced that this is what God is commanding, and he binds his child and he proceeds to sacrifice his child until the last minute he gets the sacrificial lamb. In the Quran, Ibrahim informs his son that this is what he has been commanded. And it is his son who tells him to proceed with the sacrifice. So his son is not forced into it. And it is a decision on part of both Ibrahim and his son. In the Islamic tradition, there are other differences that in the Islamic tradition, the son, whether it's Ismail or Ishaq, tells Ibrahim, so that you don't feel sorry for me and change your mind in the last minute, turn me away so that you can't see my face. And so that I don't involuntarily resist, tie my hands. And Ibrahim doesn't want to tie his hands. The other major difference is that in the Islamic tradition, whatever prophets see in dreams are not dreams. There is several traditions that say that the dreams of prophets are wahy, is an inspiration or a command. So when Ibrahim tells his son, I saw a dream, in the Islamic tradition he also sees it 3 times, because Ibrahim sees it first time, doesn't tell his son about it because he doesn't want it, and then sees it again, and then sees it a 3rd time, and then he tells his son about it. When he tells his son understands this as a wahy, as a divine revelation, not as a dream. So it's not a matter of, this is all in the traditional tafsir. In a Zamakhshari, which is reported to have been the Mu'tazili perspective, and Allahu A'lam, because we don't have a lot of Mu'tazili tafsir that survived, is that they say that no, this was an ijtihad on part of Ibrahim and ijtihad on part of Ishaq or Ismail, whoever the prophet was, and that ultimately when God orders them not to do it, that their ijtihad was wrong. So traditional position is that it was not an ijtihad, it was a divine inspiration, a wahy. And we'll get as to why. The reported Mu'tazili position, according to Razi and according to Zamakhshari, is that it was not a wahy. It was as an ijtihad, and an ijtihad that ultimately they were wrong about. And God stops it at the last second. The reason the traditional tafsir insist that it was a wahi and not an ijtihad is because the step, what was Ibrahim prepared, what was Ibrahim about to embark on after the story of the sacrifice, whether it's Ishaq or Ismail, he will become a nation builder, like the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ. And nation building will require that Ibrahim do what became required of the Prophet ﷺ and his followers. Their commitments and their loyalties have to be unequivocal. They must be willing to sacrifice all for the sake of Allah. There is no Hijrah, no Medina, no Islamic State if your conviction is not such that, as the Quran says elsewhere, the Allah and His prophets is dearer to your heart than your mother or your father or your spouse or your siblings. So the traditional tafsir is saying it is because of that next step that the story of the sacrifice was not to slaughter a child, but to get the point communicated to Ibrahim and his son, whatever the son was, that the next stage, this is the type of conviction that is needed. But more importantly, the reason the Quran says this story in Surah Al-Saffat is to tell Muslims that the level of conviction, remember now this is not in the traditional tafsir, but this is what the gloss that I'm, remember it begins with الصفات صفا فالزاجرات زجرا. It begins with the preparatory steps and the steps of action, and it's saying for this next stage that's coming, this is the level of conviction that is needed. We can only speculate about what I call the Mu'tazili position, the Ijtihadi position. But I would think, because this is not in the text, but I'm reasoning through it, that I can imagine that the argument would be, even if this is your ijtihad, and you are willing to act on your ijtihad because of your belief, that this doesn't impeach your convictions or the strength of your convictions or your sincerity. In fact, arguably, it might be even stronger evidence of your conviction and your sincerity, because you're willing to act on what you believe rather than what you know 100% comes from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I imagine that would be the argument of the Mu'tazila if they were arguing their position. That doesn't at all change the dynamics of why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says to Muslims about the story of the sacrifice at this point. Now, a lot of Sufi tafsir, I'm can't say that they consider this an allegory, but they imply that the far more important point, whether it happened or not, is not what Allah wants you to think about. And they even say that, like a lot of things about the narratives of prophets, it is always the anecdote that matters, not the history. And to ask the historical question is wrong-headed and will lead to fitna, will lead to being misguided. But the allegory is to ask the question, are you willing, the child is interestingly in Sufi-esque allegories, the child is an embodiment of your indulgences, what you indulge yourself with, not a symbol of anything good. It's actually always a symbol of how you spoil yourself. And are you ultimately willing to sacrifice the child? Meaning, are you willing to sacrifice your vanities? So in Sufi literature, there's a lot that symbolism is used a lot. When even refers to the sacrifice, meaning, are you willing to sacrifice the vanities? I would be remiss if I didn't flag a couple of other things. Notice it says, فَلَمَّا بَلَغَ مَعَهُ السَّعْيِ قَالَ يَا بُنَيَّ إِنِّي أَرَى. That Ibrahim's son at this point had grown old enough to actually assist his fathers in his affairs. And a lot of the reports that you read talk about how why it was particularly hard for Ibrahim to think of the sacrifice, because he waited for a son. Especially if he was Ishaq, he waited for him a long time. This was the son that was a miracle, and now after he befriended his son, in other words, his son now is his partner, his helper, his aid. Now he has to think about sacrificing his son. In fact, some of the, I don't know if it's authentic or not, but one of the more heart-touching reports that you read is that before Ibrahim tells his son about this, his son says, you have to do it. Ibrahim is reluctant. His son tells him, no, you have to. And then they hold each other, they hug each other, and they both cry. The presentation of the sacrifice. You read some very strange traditions that tell you that the sheep or the goat that was presented for Ibrahim alayhi salam to sacrifice at this point grazed in heaven for 40 years. Some traditions say that this was actually the goat that Cain offered as a sacrifice to God, and God rejected, and that this animal was grazing for all these years until, obviously, I mean, these traditions are not reliable. But anyway, you find them in the traditional books of tafsir quite often. Far more importantly is the significance of this event, and something that has to be underscored. One of the main problems that Ibrahim had with his people was the practice of human sacrifice to idols. And as we know in human history, unfortunately, human sacrifices is a well-documented, universal, international, around the world, part of human history, ancient history. It was practiced in Sham, it was practiced in Iraq, it was practiced in Yemen, it was practiced in South America, it was practiced all over Europe, it was practiced everywhere. And the narrative of the sacrifice and became in Islamic, especially Islamic legal discourses, and to a lesser extent in Jewish legal discourses, a locus for the argument that the whole symbolic dynamic is that the non-believers were willing to sacrifice the children to appease the idols. To get people to stop sacrificing their children, you needed to make a moral point. It is not that Ibrahim was any weaker than you guys, because obviously if Ibrahim is not going to sacrifice if Ibrahim comes and says you can't sacrifice your children, the obvious response is, well, it's because you're weak and you love your child and you don't want to sacrifice your child. This, interestingly, I mean, in law you find it argued quite often, but in tafsir literature you don't find it said that often. I found it in one of the Sufi tafsir that the point of this entire thing was that to say Ibrahim in principle would have been willing to sacrifice his child the same way that you guys sacrifice your children. However, God doesn't accept child sacrifice. And God only accepts the sacrifice of animals, specific animals, even in Jewish law as well, rather than human beings. Now, the main difference in Jewish law and Islamic law here is that in Islamic law, there's a higher stage of moral development, in that God doesn't accept the sacrifice because it benefits God in any way. But the sacrifice, in order to be accepted by God, it has to go to the destitute and the poor and the needy. In Jewish law, the sacrifice doesn't have to go to the needy. In Jewish law, which reflects an older legal system, a more primitive level of moral development, you can sacrifice the animal to, in the sake of God, and burn it, and burn the carcass. Or you can sacrifice the animal and bury it. Or you can sacrifice the animal and throw it in the sea. In Islam, that would be a sin. In Islamic law, that would be a clear sin. You can't do that. In fact, if you kill the animal, you can't kill it and just destroy it. But more so, if you want it to be accepted by God, you have to feed the needy. You can't feed, for instance, the class of rabbis, as was often the practice in the temple, is that the animal would be sacrificed and the meat would go to the rabbinic class. That's one of the things that Jesus is unhappy with when Jesus is in the temple, is that he's unhappy with the fact that animals are sacrificed and the guardians of the temple gorge themselves on the meat of animals. So it took stages of development. First, the prohibition of human sacrifice, and then in Islamic law, that the sacrifice must purposely go to the needy in order for it to even have any place with God. The reason I paused at this is that we're not going to encounter this again in any other surah, in Surah Al-Saffat. But it is important to understand, because when I hear modern Muslims, as I heard in the mosque in New Jersey, the imam stand there and say in a khutbah, we Muslims are willing to sacrifice our sons, and number one, you're not a prophet, so there is no context in which you're going to get revelation to sacrifice your son. Two, human sacrifice has ended a long time ago, and this is the whole thing that Ibrahim. Three is that it's not a matter of you sacrifice. It was the purposeful and full-fledged participation of the child, and in some reports, even with the reluctance of Ibrahim and the urging of the son, that this was so. In other words, the vulgar way that I hear modern Muslims talk about it offends me, and that's why I'm spending all this time on it. You either understand it fully, or just shut up about it. If you're ignorant about something, just don't talk about it, or just study it fully and understand all its nuances. Okay, so this is. So this takes us, Salamun ala Ibrahim, 109, كذلك نجزي المحسنين, 110, إنه من عبادنا المؤمنين. Okay. Now, part of those who say that this was Ismail, do you see at 1:12 when it says وَبَشَّرْنَاهُ بِإِسْحَاقَ نَبِيًّا مِنَ الصَّالِحِينَ, and 112 it says when we gave him glad tidings of Isaac, a prophet from among the righteous. Those who say that it was Ismail say, okay, this verse says that the glad tidings, the news that he's going to have Isaac, must have happened after this event. So this must be that it happened with Ismail, and then he got news that he's going to have Isaac. Those who disagree says no, it happened with Isaac, and once Isaac passed that test, Ibrahim got the good news that Isaac was now chosen as a prophet. He was chosen as a prophet in part because he passed that test. a lot of reports say the Bible says that Isaac was 13 years old when this happened. And a lot of Islamic traditions say that he was 13 years old. Just so, age is one of those things, like consciousness, like epistemology, that changes all the time. A 13-year-old, even not just hundreds of years ago, but a 13 years old just 20 years ago in the villages in Egypt was a full-grown man. While a 13-year-old in the U.S. is a child, complete child, regardless of whether they, whatever their body does. But their psychology, and it's part of the social construction of reality. I mean, how human beings construct reality affects a lot of things, including the body. And although we don't really know how old Ishaq or Ismail was at the time, whether they were 13 or 16 or 20 something, as some reports say, Allahu Alam. Okay. Now, وباركنا عليه وعلى إسحاق ومن ذريتهما محسن وظالم لنفسه مبين. This is 113. And we blessed him and Isaac, and among their progeny are the virtuous and those who clearly wrong themselves. The importance of this verse is because of the Jewish doctrine of the chosen people. Al-Saffat here was among a series of Quranic revelation that challenged the idea that the progeny of Isaac were chosen by God. So when it says that the progeny of Isaac, there were some of them that were good and some of them that were not good, it directly clashes with the theology of the chosen people in Judaism. Okay. Then next we move to Moses and Aaron, or Harun. And if you notice, we are not given any details about Moses and Harun, except that, and just, take note of this and we'll come back to it again, that when it comes to وَنَجَّيْنَاهُمَا وَقَوْمَهُمَا مِنَ الكَّرْبِ الْعَظِيمِ, that they and their people, they were saved, and they were victorious, and they were guided to the straight path. وَتَرَكْنَا عَلَيْهِمَا فِي الْآخَرِينَ, that they had a living memory. And then سَلَامٌ عَلَى مُوسَى وَهَارُونَ, which is repeated time and time again in Surah Al-Saffat, that peace unto the Prophet that Surah Al-Saffat is talking about. إِنَّ كَذَلِكَ نَجْزِي الْمُحْسِنِينَ, which again is the same phrase repeated, 121. Thus indeed we recompense the virtuous. And then it will move to Elias. And Elias, as we said, Elijah in the Bible, we are told that he confronts his qawm, إِذْ قَالَ لِقَوْمِهِ أَلَا تَتَّقُونَ أَتَدْعُونَ بَعْلًا وَتَذَرُونَ أَحْسَنَ الْخَالِقِينَ. Now it's very interesting that was Elias we get the specific mention of Baal. And Baal, the reason it's interesting is in a lot of the traditional tafsir, they tell you that there was a god called Baal, but that's true and not entirely accurate. Baal is Baal, B-A-L, A-A-L. You could even probably Google it these days. I don't know. Unlike modern people, I don't use Google. Sheikh Google, as I've heard him Google referred to. Baal in Aramaic was whatever was considered a superior deity was referred to as Baal. So when it says أَتَدْعُونَ بَعْلًا, but Baal, that concept of a superior deity, in all the ancient traditions, is interconnected with the practice of human sacrifice. So it is an ancient deity represented in many different forms. Sometimes it's a woman, sometimes it's a man, sometimes it's an idol. Sometimes the idol, it looks like it has several wings, several arms, several... there are even interesting reports that somehow an idol that, I don't know, somehow they managed to have a sound coming out of the idol that apparently, reportedly was terrifying. But historically, it's always associated with human sacrifice. And we are simply told with Elijah or Elias that they defied him. فكذبوه فإنهم لمحضرون إلا عباد الله المخلصين وتركنا عليه في الآخرين سلام على آل ياسين. There is a whole debate about the reference to Ali Yasin. It's not significant unless you really want to know about it at the end. Then you could ask, but it's a reference to the same progeny of Elias, despite the long debate that they go into about what is Ali Yasin and all of that. Okay. And again, we have a repetition of the basic fact, إِنَّ كَذَلِكَ نَجْزِي الْمُحْسِنِينَ, that this is how we reward those who do good. إِنَّهُ مِنْ عِبَادِنَا الْمُؤْمِنِينَ. And then it moves on to Lut. And was Lut a reference to إِذْ نَجَّيْنَاهُ أَهْلَهُ أَجْمَعِينَ, that we've saved Lut, him and his family, إِلَّا عَجُوزًا فِي الْغَابِرِينَ, that except for his wife who was not a believer, and the rest were destroyed. And a quick reference that to in 137, وَإِنَّكُمْ لَتَمُرُّونَ عَلَيْهِمْ مُصْبِحِينَ, and truly you pass by them in the morning. Again, very literal. there you find reportedly the Meccans would, as they were traveling back and forth from Sham, they would pass by an area that they knew as the area that was inhabited by the people of Lut. It is not the area that is today in Jordan. What is it called? The Petra. But it was close to Petra. Anyway, okay, and then we're going to move to Yunus. Yunus, alayhi salam, there are إذا أبق إلى الفلك المشحون. Al-Abaq is an escaped slave. And why does God describe Yunus as if he is an escaped slave? Is because of two versions of the narrative about Yunus. Yunus is sent to people in today's in today's Iraq, the people of Nineveh. And he lives a long period of time preaching. They mistreat him, they reject the message, and then he finally giving up on them, he tells them that, like we saw with Nabi Salih alayhi salam, where he tells them that God's punishment is going to befall you in 3 days. But the people of Salih, as you know, they continued to party up to the very last minute, and they were destroyed. With Yunus tells them that God's punishment is going to befall them, and leaves the town and goes to a high-rise area where he oversees the town. As this is version number 1 of the story. As the clouds form, as the people of Nineveh see the black clouds form, and they become terrified, and then they start pleading, repenting, in other words. They start pleading for forgiveness, and they swear repentance, and God answers their prayers, and punishment doesn't befall them. When Yunus sees this, he is unhappy. And as elsewhere in the Quran, it describes him as ذهب مغاضبا, means that he was angry, and he left the city and headed to the ocean, meaning he wanted to leave altogether. In the second version, Yunus tells them that Allah's punishment is going to befall them. And before he has permission to leave, he despairs, he gives up. He says that, okay, it's a matter of days and punishment will befall them. And he picks up and he leaves, leaving behind one of his students. He had 2 students. the only two that actually converted or listened to him. Unbeknownst to Yunus, while after he leaves, that student continues to try with the people of Nineveh, and they actually respond to that student. In both versions, the difference between the first version and the second version is that the first version, Yunus is angry that God forgave the people of Nineveh. In the second version, Yunus doesn't know that God forgave the people of Nineveh, but he gave up on the people of Nineveh. He said there's no more hope. In either case, he gets on a ship, the ship runs into a storm. In some versions, the people on the ship had a superstition that if there is a ship and it runs into trouble in the high seas, that means that there is a sinner on board. And then they start looking for the sinner. In another version, it's not a matter of a sinner, it's a matter of they believe there's a superstition that if your ship is in trouble, you have to present the gods with a sacrifice. So you have to throw someone overboard as a sacrifice. So they cast lots, and the lots fall on Yunus, and Yunus feels guilty because he feels that God is angry at him, either because he is mad at the fact that God forgave the people of Nineveh, or because he gave up on the people of Nineveh and left before he has permission. And when he goes overboard, and I mean goes overboard because he's not necessarily thrown overboard. In a lot of the reports, because of his guilt, he tells the people on the ship, okay, I'm going to jump overboard. He is swallowed by a whale. Now, the reports differ enormously as to how long he was in the whale's stomach. Some reports say that he was there from morning till the whale spits him out in the evening. Some reports say that he was there for 3 days. Some reports say he was there for 40 days. Allahu Alam. But in all cases, he comes out of the whale's stomach ill and emaciated, just remarkably sick. And he is cast on a shore somewhere, and Allah then, Yunus was constantly supplicating Allah in the famous dua, لا إله إلا أنت سبحانك إني كنت من الظالمين. لا إله إلا أنت, there is no God but you. Subhanak, praise be you, praise to God. إني كنت من الظالمين, I have been among the unjust. And Allah forgives Yunus and makes a tree of yaqteen to grow. And as we said, this tree repels from flies, it bears fruit, and it provides shades from the sun. And the tree of yaqteen saves Yunus's life. فنبذناه بالعراء وهو سقيم وأنبتنا عليه شجرة من يقطين وأرسلناه إلى 100,000 أو يزيدون. So after he regains health, he goes back to the people of Nineveh. These are the 100,000 that are referred to in 147. And they follow Yunus and are believers, and they live for a period of time until, like all other nations there, they crumble. Although the civilization of Nineveh seems to have been very impressive. I don't know if the remains survived the last war in Iraq or not, but I mean, you could read about the history of people of Nineveh. It's very interesting. Anyway, okay. At this point, the stories of the prophets end. But I should tell you one other thing, is that there's a debate in the tradition whether Ilyas is the same as the prophet Idris. In my opinion, it's clear that they're not. Ilyas is not Idris. Ilyas is Elijah. Idris, in all likelihood, is the same as the prophet. I don't know how it's pronounced in English, but Enoch in the Bible, Enoch. The prophet Enoch in the Bible, there's actually a gospel of Enoch that is non-canonical, but he's a very interesting figure in biblical lore. Yunus is clearly Jonah. Okay, so let's pause here for a second and think back of all the prophets. So we have the prophets presented in Surah Al-Saffat in constant motion and action. You have Nuh alayhi salam is sailing in a ship. Ibrahim is destroying idols, being cast in fire, surviving the fire, moving from one area to another. Musa and Harun alayhum salam are also in a state of motion. They go from one part of the world to another part of the world. They move, in other words, they travel from Egypt up to the desert to a new phase which will lead their progeny to the building of the Israelite states. And the Israelite states will survive for centuries, led by different kings, and the entire legacy of Moses and Harun. Yunus alayhi salam, Ilyas, although we're not told much about Ilyas, but he's also presented in as a prophet who confronts, rejected, and is saved with a people. Of all of them, the only one that we are told was actually successful in his mission is which? Is Yunus. He's the only one that was successful. And at the same time, he is the only one that also at some point failed and was forgiven. But what is also interesting is if you go back, you'll find that all of them are mentioned in the context of a people that are their family, their followers, that are with them as they move from one place to the other. Musa has Harun, and then he has the Israelites. Yunus is the only one that there's no mention of a family, there's no mention of followers as he leaves the city of Nineveh. We don't know anything about him as he returns to the city of Nineveh. Now, I go back and I think of the very beginning of Surah Al-Saffat, what it alerted me to at the very beginning. Al-Saffat Saffa. What is the anchor that you begin with? And الزاجرات زجرا, the motion, the state of motion, the state of activism in which you are engaged in a dynamic of zajr, of reform. And ultimately the result, فَالتَّالِيَاتِ ذِكْرًا. In all of these narratives, when you think about Al-Saffat, you think of the commitment, the sacrifice, the factor of uprooting that might be necessary as a part and parcel of the sacrifice. But ultimately, the one who was successful in this narrative was the one that did not succeed through an act of cataclysmic divine intervention. And the only other possibility is Ibrahim, although whether Ibrahim was successful or not, I mean, because he wasn't successful with his original people, but he was successful with other people. But again, with Ibrahim, there is no cataclysmic intervening activity. Now, think about this in relation to the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ. In hindsight, Muhammad is successful without a cataclysmic divine intervention. It blows your mind. Those receiving it at the time it is inviting them to reflect on, it's like saying, do your homework in Saf al-Sufuf. Do your homework in organizing your lines. Do your duty and al-qiyam bil-zajr. وَالزَّاجِرَاتِ زَجْرًا. Do your duty in discharging your obligations in calling for God. Ultimately, although there is no way for them to know this beforehand, is your prophet is not going to require a cataclysmic event to succeed. Your prophet is like Yunus, like Ibrahim, which will be, in hindsight, as Muslims read the Saffat, and I am convinced that although none of the traditional tafsir says this explicitly, that the Muslims knew it intuitively. It's something that you can feel, although you might not have explicitly thought of it. But there is a reason that Surah Al-Saffat innately relates to every believing Muslim. But we're not done yet, so. Let's move on. Okay. Then Surah Al-Saffat takes you to something that seems like a familiar, like an identical theme. And that is the whole thing about God having the angels being God's daughters. And once again, we have the Quran says, أَصْطَفَى الْبَنَاتِ عَلَى الْبَنِينَ, that how, do you think that Allah prefers one gender over another? مَا لَكُمْ كَيْفَ تَحْكُمُونَ أَفَلَا تَذَكَّرُونَ. But there is a big difference here. And this ayah 158. 158, he translates it in study Quran, they have made kinship between him and the jinn, yet the jinn know that they will surely be arraigned. Okay, so 158, they say, وَجَعْلُوا بَيْنَهُ وَبَيْنَ الْجِنَّةِ نَسَبًا وَلَقَدْ عَلِمَتِ الْجِنَّةُ إِنَّهُمْ لَمُحْضَرُونَ. If the discussion is about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala having angels as daughters, then why would it say they made kinship between him and jinn? Jinn are not angels, and angels are not jinn. Do you see the predicament? Because according to all translations, it will in fact say that it is the jinn that well, you're puzzled at this until you realize that a jinnati doesn't necessarily mean jinn. وَلَقَدْ عَلِمَتِ الْجِنَّةُ إِنَّهُمْ لَمُحْضَرُونَ. Al-Jinnah is, let me see if I actually copied the language from you. No, I didn't copy it. Okay. الجن is any being that you I'll use the word for now, that you superstitiously ascribe powers of influence. So al-jinn, the word jinn is reportedly derived from the word jinnah. The word Jannah is derived from the word Jannah. Jannah is the place of marvels. The place of special powers that do not ascribe to rationality. So to تجعل لله جنة is if you associate with God any superiors that you believe influence your fate. So as I was researching this some time ago, one of the most interesting things I read in a poem, the fire that it was a poem describing or imagining what the Prophet Ibrahim alayhi salam must have felt as he stood before the fire, before he was thrown in. And the poem says, I don't have it memorized, but it said something like that. And he did not fear the fire because to him the fire is no jinnah. Meaning he is not ascribing to that fire powers that can be shared with God. So the nasab is that it's talking about here is when anything that you attribute powers of affecting your fate and your future other than God, anything that you treat as if a God is a jinnah. And whatever it is, as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, is in fact submissive to God. Any jinnah is muhdar, but that's much easier said than done, because all of us, although we theoretically fear God or know God to be supreme, in reality we submit ourselves to all types of things other than God. Now, and again the reference إِلَّا عِبَادَ اللَّهِ الْمُخْلَصِينَ. So again the reference except for Allah's most sincere believers. وَمَا مِنَّا إِلَّا لَهُ مَقَامٌ مَعْلُومٌ. This is now 164. And none of us, who's talking here, none of us except that they have a specific station. وَإِنَّا لَنَحْنُ الصَّافُّونَ. I want to see how the Study Quran translates this. Like, this is one, okay. None among us that he has a known station, and truly we are those who are ranged in ranks. وَإِنَّا لَنَحْنُ الصَّافُّونَ. I'll come. وَإِنَّا لَنَحْنُ الْمُسَبِّحُونَ. So, a reference to ranks, truly we are those who glorify, who do tasbih. وَإِن كَانُوا لَيَقُولُونَ لَوْ أَنَّ عِندَنَا ذِكْرًا مِنَ الْأَوَّلِينَ. Okay. So, most traditional tafsir say, when it says وَمَا مِنَّا إِلَّا لَهُ مَقَامٌ مَعْلُومٌ, it's talking about angels. And the angels say, we all have a known station. وَإِنَّا لَنَحْنُ الصَّافُّونَ, that we organize ourselves in ranks. وَإِنَّا لَنَحْنُ الْمُسَبِّحُونَ, that the angels are the ones that are, they say, and we are the ones that do tasbih. But that assumption is because of it seemed that it would be unlikely that anyone else would say وَإِنَّا لَنَحْنُ الصَّافُّونَ other than angels, or وَإِنَّا لَنَحْنُ الْمُسَبِّحُونَ other than angels. But look at the language again. It is not necessarily so. So وَمَا مِنَّا إِلَّا لَهُ مَقَامٌ مَعْلُومٌ. It is human beings themselves that could be saying this in the hereafter. You will know your maqam in the hereafter. وَإِنَّا لَنَحْنُ الصَّافُّونَ وَإِنَّا لَنَحْنُ الْمُسَبِّحُونَ. وَلَنَحْنُ الصَّافُّونَ could refer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as organizing people in their ranks. وَإِن كَانُوا لَيَقُولُونَ لَوْ أَنَّ عِندَنَا ذِكْرًا مِنَ الْأَوَّلِينَ. This is a reference to human beings. That human beings will say, if only we had a guidance sent to us like the early people, لَكُنَّا عِبَادَ اللَّهِ الْمُخْلَصِينَ. We would have been God's devout followers. The most interesting thing about these verses is who is it? It can't be talking about the Meccans, because the Meccans did receive a zikr. Possibly it's talking about those who, before the Prophet Muhammad, said, if only God would send a new prophet, we would follow the new prophet. But when the new prophet came, they didn't follow. But in Sufi-esque literature, they point to something that, another obvious possibility, is that so many Muslims, or so many people, believe if only they would have been sent in the right age, they would have been truly exceptional Muslims. And in Sufi literature, they point out the obvious. that this is remarkably arrogant, because you could have been sent in the age of the companions or in the age of whatever, and you could have ended up making a complete mess out of yourself. Completely missed the boat on everything. Okay. I will finish the surah and then I'll wrap it up and tie all the loose ends that I've left. So then it continues, وَتَوَلَّ عَنْهُمْ حَتَّى حِينٍ وَابْصِرْ فَسَوْفَ يُبْصِرُونَ سُبْحَانَ رَبِّكَ ذِي الْعِزَّةِ عَمَّا يَصِفُونَ وَسَلَامٌ عَلَى الْمُرْسَلِينَ وَالْحَمْدُ لِلَّهِ رَبِّ الْعَالَمِينَ. So 180 is what I told you. This expression occurs only in Surah Al-Saffat. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون, which is translated in the study Quran as glory be to the Lord of might, above that which they ascribe. Subhana, the Lord of Al-Izzah, it has a significance in this context. عما يصفون وَسَلَامٌ عَلَى الْمُرْسَلِينَ, and peace unto be all the prophets, the messengers, وَالْحَمْدُ لِلَّهِ رَبِّ الْعَالَمِينَ, and then it ends with Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Okay, so what does Surah Al-Saffat accomplish? It starts out with alerting to a dynamic. As-Saffat Saffa. The ranks, the preparation, the process that you Muslims are engaged in right now, as despite the persecution, the planning for what to do next. فَالزَّاجِرَاتِ زَجْرًا. This is precisely the examples of the prophets that you are presented with. Examples of prophets in which involves a considerable amount of patience, a considerable amount of faith, a considerable amount of sacrifice, and a constant dynamic of motion and change and perseverance. Of those prophets, Ibrahim went through a test that repeatedly will confront so many Muslims as they have to make hard choices between family members and loved ones. But as the Quran itself tells Muslims, if it hadn't been for the sacrifices and the conviction of Ibrahim, هو سماكم المسلمين, he's the one that called you Muslims. You are but the progeny of Ibrahim. Yunus, although looked at one point like all hope was lost, he is thrown overboard, he's swallowed by a fish. It is the most mundane. Shajarat al-Yaqteen is known to Arabs. It's a tree that a lot of them own. But God works through the simplest methods, and it is ultimately Yunus, the one who looked like a complete failure and who was helped not by massive, huge miracles like Noah or like Musa but by Shajarat Yaqteen. Now, you could look to the blessings of Allah that are there ready to help those who walk the path with Allah. Or you could confront the ugliness of something far more terrifying, and that's Shajarat al-Zaqqum. It is, and in fact, in the Muslim imagination, after Surah Al-Saffat, we find that Shajarat al-Zaqqum is mentioned in numerous poems. In poetry of Hassan ibn Thabit, in the poetry of Farazdaq, in the poetry of Jarir, the juxtaposition of al-Zaqqum to al-Yaqteen, and how modest al-Yaqteen is. Al-Yaqteen doesn't look like an impressive tree. It's a plant it's a tree that grows close to the earth, and although it is remarkably impressive in its qualities, but it doesn't capture the eye. It's not the tree of rich people. It is not the plant that is nurtured by rich people, and so on. Moreover, notice that human beings are not isolated products of the self. They are always under the influence of others. And be on the same theme of sacrifice and who your circles are. Be very careful that when you start thinking about your circles, that you preempt the conversation that you will either have in hellfire about who your associates were and blame one another, or that you would have, even if you have it in Jannah, but you've lived too close to the edge. Because you're telling associates, if it hadn't been for the moral position we've taken, if it hadn't been for God's grace, would have end up where you are. Ask yourself these questions now, before you are forced to ask them in the hereafter. There's another juxtaposition. إِذَا مِتْنَا وَكُنَّا تُرَابًا. If we die and we are resurrected, it's repeated twice. That question is repeated twice in Surah Al-Saffat. This question is repeated 5 times in the Quran. 2 of them is in Surah Al-Saffat. Verse 16 and verse 53. But there is a big difference between the two. In 16, it says, if we die and resurrected, أَإِنَّا لَمَبْعُوثُونَ. Is it that if we die and we disintegrate, is it that we are going to be resurrected? But the second time, in 53, when the same question is repeated, it says, أَإِنَّا لَمَدِينُونَ. Is it that we are going to be held accountable? If you examine the posing of the question in 16 and the posing of the question in 53, you're struck by something that is quite remarkable. Philosophically, it is the Madinun. It is the idea of there has to be resurrection to pay the bill, for better or for worse, underscores the meaning of life. The question, when it's posed first, is posed superficially. Is it an issue of God's ability? Well, of course it's God is able to resurrect you. That is a non-issue. The real issue the real invitation to reflect upon is the necessity of justice and settling your accounts upon resurrection. And that's a much harder question. That's the question that, if anything, will get you to take al-istifaf wa zajr wa dhikr seriously, it will be that. But as Surah Al-Saffat reminds you again and again, الصفات صفا والزاجرات زجرا والتاليات ذكرا requires عباد مخلصين. The pure al-abd al-mukhlas is a abd that purifies the self, not simply someone that follows commands, but someone that develops a complete understanding of the role as a member of a Saf, or as a member of the dynamic of Zajr, or as a member of Dhikr. A fully morally conscientious human being. And remember that much of what will tempt you will approach you from al-yamin, from things that you find to be tempting. Not necessarily tempting physically, but tempting even intellectually. People that will try to make the path of wrongfulness sound logical, even sound necessary, and even perhaps sound ethical. But as long as you, and this is one of the as long as you understand that in your relationship with Allah, and this is why Surah Al-Saffat mentions or comes at the end, after telling you all the prophets, comes back to, can God be compared to human attributes like having children? Godliness is a unique and singular logic. It is comparable to no other logic on earth. If you fall into the trap of thinking of God in human terms, you will never find God. If you fall into the trap of posing the silly, unanswerable questions and imagining that God takes sides, picks chosen people, picks chosen races, that God doesn't care about justice, but God will play favorites. If you don't understand Tanzihullah as appropriately and properly as you must, then this whole path that awaits you is no longer there. You go astray. And this is precisely why Surah Al-Saffat comes and ends in this particular phase. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Allah true glory comes from Allah. True honor comes from Allah. Who wants izzah, فَلِلَّهِ الْعِزَّةُ جَمِيعًا, that Allah is the source of all honor. But understand what tanzih is. There is no comparison, no comparable, which means that your relationship to Allah must be equally pristine and clean and fully consciously adopted. I'm forgetting one thing. Okay. Finally, this issue of maqam, I want to come back to it. Because Surah Al-Saffat goes back to the issue of al-saf wal-maqam. In Sufi-esque literature, this at 164, 165, 166, they launch into a long discussion about al-maqamat. And they tell you that angels are born in one maqam and die in the same maqam. While human beings, what is required is that they elevate in the maqamat. They go from one maqam to another to another. You have to adopt the entire Sufi perspective of growth in the maqamat. But I think that the fact that Surah Al-Saffat goes back and invites a reflection upon, I don't want to say dogmatically, but to understand that same theme of a Saffati Saffa, to understand the role that you play and what that role entails. And that role might entail at times being in a position of the superior, giving the commands, and other times in the position of someone who's taking the commands. Is precisely what we see unfolding with the Prophet ﷺ and the Sahaba afterwards. This, which is something that impresses all of us when we read the Seerah, is this understanding that as long as they're performing a meaningful role, that's all, as long as that role is a role that benefits the entire message, is that's all that matters to them. It's something that impresses us, although we're modern Muslims have not been able to replicate it. But think of any civilizational success by any people. The first thing these people are able to successfully adopt as a social ethic is precisely the logic of a Saffat. Each person in their proper role, performing their specific task, which they do faithfully and diligently. Once roles become ill-defined and mixed up, that civilization crumbles. I think that that was an intentional message in Surah Al-Saffat. And that's why Surah Al-Saffat was part of what built the Islamic civilization. Walhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen, we're done.
Okay, we'll just start when the rest of the students come back. It's fine. Does anyone have a question from our current student group? Okay, I'm just gonna take from interactive then. Oh, you do?
Yep. I was just looking if you want to go first. So speedy. Do you see a connection between the example that you gave in the beginning of, or your interpretation of the example given in the beginning of the person who's in heaven who looks down and sees his companion in hell, with Prophet Yunus, who, because I think you were saying that one companion who is in heaven came from companions who all went the wrong way, and he resisted that one, even though that ended up him up in heaven. But with Yunus, it's like he was all, like you were saying, he was all alone. He had nobody, and unlike the other prophets, and that's also when the one example where then it brings up the tree that's in heaven. So I was wondering if you think that there's anything there, or
I'm not sure, because I mean, it is okay. So first, Surah Al-Saffat, it is really interesting that it focuses on the idea of influences. If we situate it as when it was revealed, that makes perfect sense, because all of these Muslims were living in the midst of, they were going through a very difficult time, and there were all types of influences that surrounded them. And so the influence of those who end up in hell with those who influence them. So that's what. Then those who managed to resist the influence and made the right call. Now, it is interesting that Yunus alayhi salam is alone when he leaves the city of Nineveh, and he's alone when he is spat out by the whale. And the tree of yaqteen doesn't grow in heaven; it grows on earth, and but it is a gift from Allah for those who reflect. I mean, Yunus could have, if he was a different person, then he could have attributed all of this to coincidence. Oh yeah, I was, the whale spat me out, and then I ended up somewhere and I found a tree of yaqteen, and it's all just coincidence. But that's not how a prophet thinks, and that's not how Ibadullah al-Mukhlasin would think. Those who are truly sincere. They know that every good in their life is intentionally there, and every bad is intentionally there. But why is Yunus alone? And the beginning of the surah talks about influences. I don't know. I mean, the reason I'm hesitant is that we don't know enough about the Prophet Yunus to know. The big question in my mind is: did he left the city of Nineveh without a family? He was alone. Now, why didn't he have a family? Is it that he had a family and his family turned against him and wouldn't follow him? Or is it that he was always a loner? And I honestly don't know the answer to that. Yeah, it is remarkable that he lives all these years, no one answers him, no one accepts him, and of all the prophets, then he's the one that has the most marvelous success when they all repent. Um, the least one could say is that Yunus is a lesson in never giving up. I mean, you try till your very last breath, and you accept that Allah, the consequences belong to Allah, they don't belong to you. And that dua, by the way, it became one of the most powerful dua that لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا أنت سبحانك إني كنت من الظالمين is a dua one that one should repeat often and one should reflect upon often. No God but you, Subhanak, I have been among the unjust. But don't just say it, reflect on it. Ponder the ways of injustice. Before we do another question, let me just say a disclaimer. Last halaqah, there was a question about meaning of life, and I, in responding to this question, I said something to the effect that from a philosophical perspective, if you truly don't want life, then the honorable thing to do is to kill yourself. And I just want to emphasize that I obviously am not encouraging people to commit suicide. I hope no one understood me as encouraging people to commit suicide. And there is a huge difference between what I'm talking about, what I was talking about, and suicide because of depression or illness. Those who are depressed and commit suicide because they're depressed, they suffer from an illness and they need to get treatment. What I was talking about is more akin to when a samurai kills himself. So he doesn't kill himself because he's depressed. He kills himself because he doesn't want to accept a situation of dishonor, what he perceives to be something dishonorable. Or like the Jews who collectively committed suicide in the Masada when they were resisting the Romans and there was no hope of victory. And rather than fall captives to the Romans, they decided to kill themselves. There's a huge difference between discussions about exterminating one's life out of principle and exterminating one's life out of depression. Depression is an illness. If you're depressed, get treated. And there's a world of difference between philosophical discourses and the world of psychology and the world of emotions. So please, I hope no one listens to what I said and then decides, well, he's saying kill himself. No, I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. Don't kill yourself. It just do not live life and whine about it. It is. I think it is dishonorable to live life and continue whining about it. I don't like living. I hate living. Stop whining. If you need treatment, get treated. But whining is a dishonorable thing, and don't confuse between philosophy and whining. A lot of punks I describe students who philosophize on no basis whatsoever. In other words, they're ignorant and they think they're philosophizing. I call them punks, intellectual punks. There's a huge difference between whining and real philosophy. So a lot of punks whine, and they think they're saying something smart, but they're whining. And I don't respect whining. I've never did. And, you know, if I could flunk every whiner and I meet in life, I would. So, but they're not all in my classes, so I can't flunk them. But my response to whining is F. You get an F. You get an F minus. If there was a lower grade, I would give it. So, just don't whine.
Sheikh, just to follow up to that, because someone asked it, which I think kind of goes to what you were saying. They asked if Yunus jumped overboard because of his guilt, should we commit suicide because of our guilt or sins? And are we allowed to commit suicide? I don't know if you just want to just finish that.
Oh my God. No, you're not allowed to commit suicide. For one, Islamically, if you're ill, meaning God knows that you have mental illness and you commit suicide, you know, that's up to God how God deals with that. But God is most just. But committing suicide is one of the biggest sins. So if you believe in God, or if you commit suicide and it turns out that there is a God and you are wrong if you don't believe in God, you're in trouble. Life is extremely valuable and extremely precious. That's one thing. The other thing is that there is no evidence that Yunus. There is a big difference between Yunus jumping overboard because of his guilt and Yunus, the merchants on that ship were going to throw someone overboard. And they took a lottery. And in some reports, the lottery was repeated 3 times, and each time it was Yunus. You know, there is no indication that if it hadn't been for the storm, and if it hadn't been for the lottery, that Yunus would have simply jumped in the sea. If Yunus wanted to do something like that, he wouldn't have gotten in a ship trying to get someplace. In some reports, he was trying to get to India, or you know, whatever the truth of these reports. Some reports, he was just trying to get to Iran, but anyway, Persia. I hope that it's not understood that I was saying that Yunus was effectively committing suicide. The reports say is that once he realized that it was him, he wasn't going to fight them. He walked the plank. You know, the walk the plank type thing. That's precisely what it is. It's, you know, and so no, yeah. Don't, if you are seriously having thoughts of committing suicide, see a professional. Then you need to see a professional. Too many people in our modern age imagine themselves to be philosophically sophisticated. You know, I could give you some texts that will test whether you're philosophically competent or not. If you can read them and understand them, then you're philosophically advanced. If you can't, which is the vast majority of people, then you're not. And leave philosophy on the side.
Thanks, Sheikh. Do you have one too?
Did I say don't kill yourself enough times?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't want that on my conscience. Oh my God.
I wanted to follow up with Sharif's question because I was wondering something similar, and I'm afraid I may have missed it, just generally. But were you drawing the a connection between the prominent featuring of the idea of azwaj, the partners, the counterparts, with the stories of all of the prophets, because their counterparts in most of them, Harun and Musa and Ishaq or Ismail and Ibrahim and Nuh and Ahlihi and all of these kinds of things, most of them had a good relationship with their counterpart that propelled them towards seeking out God's will. And in the rare occasion, for example, in Lot, or I guess Nuh's wife, or decided to make the wrong choice in terms of the association. But then again, that leaves the difficult question of Yunus, of what exactly was his partner, if that is true. And I think you kind of answered in that you said we don't know a lot about Yunus, but I figured I'd ask anyways. Maybe is there anything regarding Yunus and the relationship between his students that you mentioned?
Oh.
Or is it maybe the relationship that he had with the people on the ship that affected him in one sort of way? Or even a third option, that his associate in the end was Allah, and that is what made him, even when he was alone and he didn't have a qawm or an ahl or anything to help, re-guide him back onto the right, trajectory, was it in that he just realized that Allah is enough in that sense?
That's a really interesting point. Okay, so first, there's a version of the story that says that Yunus, it doesn't look like Yunus had a family, because if Yunus had a family, there's no mention of it in any of the traditions. It's unusual for a Near Eastern man to be a loner at the age that he apparently left the city in, which some reports he was in his 30s, some reports say that he was in his late 20s or some mid-20s, something like that. But, okay, the versions that talk about him having two converts, two students, we are only told that these students, one of them was intellectually inclined and one of them was not intellectually inclined but was abid, was a person who worshipped, and that that student, when Yunus left town having despaired and giving up, that student, the abid, left as well. But he didn't leave with Yunus, he went separately, somewhere else. And the one who left, stayed behind, was the alim. The thing though is this version is probably not the more authentic one. The more authentic one is probably the one that he had no followers, and that when he despaired, he was really on his own. And when he goes on the ship, he's with strangers, because they ask him, "Who are you?" But once they get into trouble and they start taking lottery, they start interrogating, "Who are you and what's your story and where are you from?" And they're in the scene for a very short period of time, basically as just people on the ship. And once he's thrown overboard, that's it. So it's interesting, the idea of, did this mean that he developed a different type of relationship with Allah? I don't know. I mean, the interesting, when I think of the prophets that had the strongest, or those who are often talked about in the tradition as having the strongest relationship with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you think of Ibrahim, you think of Musa, you think of Ayub. You don't normally think of Yunus. But it is, I mean, it is fascinating that Yunus is the one who is mentioned in Surah Al-Saffat, as without a qawm. I mean, maybe his qawm is the people of Nenia once he goes back to them, and so I don't know. I mean, this is where it would be worth more investigation. And my suspicion is that once Surah Al-Saffat is looked at from the perspective that I set out, I think that it will yield to many more insights. You know, it's like being put on your foot on the right direction. And clearly Surah Al-Saffat is ripe for mining, for a lot of lessons. And as I feel often with a lot of these surahs, that I've just only touched the surface of what they have to yield and what they can teach.
My question is brief. It's just whether or not Sayyidina Ibrahim was a prophet at the time that he destroyed the idols, or not.
Whether Ibrahim alayhi salam was a prophet at the time he destroyed the idols, that's a really good question. And although you have conflicting reports, I think he was not.
Sheikh, what was the dhikr? Is it 180? Or is it something?
Yeah, it is. I think it's number. I think it is 180, but let me make sure that it's the right number. Which is one of the the strongest.
Is it Subhana Rabbika Rabbil Izzah? That one?
Yeah.
180, right? 180.
Yeah. It is 180.
180.
Yeah.
Just 180 on its own?
It is.
Just 180 on
Wait,
its own,
what?
Sheikh?
Hold on. Yeah, it is. I actually prepared 180 to 182, but as the hours passed and I got tired, I shortened it to 180.
Okay, we're actually out of time. So we're gonna have to should I just do one more? Should I do Joe's?
Yeah, hold on.
Okay, I'm gonna do Joe's since he's usually here in person. Okay, thanks for such a special halakha. It seems that the recurring phrase "Illa ibad Allah al-mukhlasin" which is used 5 times, is never used in the surah to describe the prophets themselves, but rather the followers of prophets. Prophets are described variously as min ibadina al-mu'minin or as muhsinin, but the specific attribute of a mukhlas is not applied to any of Ilyas, Noah, Abraham, Lot, etc. This is striking because one would surely expect that the prophets would be those described and praised for worshiping God in a particularly special and sincere way. Does the professor have any thoughts on this, and how would this fit into the main themes and lessons of the surah?
Okay, I'm happy you noticed that. It is, you're absolutely right that Ila Ibadallah al-Mukhlasin is repeated consistently, not about the prophets, but about common people, regular people. And considering that it is this phrase is repeated a number of times, 5 times in Surah Al-Saffat. So in many ways, Surah Al-Saffat is underscoring that sincerity is necessary for the stage of preparation. Sincerity is necessary for the stage of actual action, and sincerity is necessary for what follows from that, which is exemplified in dhikr, and the fruit of achieving godliness, if you will. I think in this context, if you look at every time that Ibadallah al-Mukhlasin is used, how to put it? It is as if appealing to the normal human being. If it was used in the context of prophets, then they would be Abdullah al-Mukhlas, because they are chosen as prophets. Then the Mukhlas, and especially because of the word Mukhlas, not al-Mukhlasin but al-Mukhlasin, then al-Mukhlasin would become people who are chosen. They are occupy a special position because they're prophets. But it is extremely significant that no, it uses al-Mukhlasin in reference to common people. It's like saying you can become chosen through your diligence and your sincerity and your hard work. So I think it is quite intentionally avoids using Ibadullah al-Mukhlasin in reference to the prophets, because it wants to tell you, no, it's not about being selected like prophets are selected. It is about you can be one of these ibad and become in a special position vis-a-vis the divine. The prophets have their own deal, but now we're talking about you. So I'm happy you raised this and you noticed this, because it is one of the most striking things about Surah Al-Saffat is that although it tells us stories of prophets, but it is about us. It is about the common people with all their struggles and all their doubts and all their influences, and about the ability of common people to become in a special status vis-a-vis Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Thanks, Sheikh. Another great halakha. We'll see you guys on Tuesday for a new surah, and enjoy the rest of your weekend.